Hello everyone and welcome to the Symposium Dirt Thinking How Long, a creative geophilosophical travelogue curated by Rick Delphine. So it's my great pleasure because this symposium it's happening here at the Museum of Contemporary Art Skopje as a part of interdisciplinary program. The program created to provide accessible discussion on concepts, ideas and contemporary practices in the broad interdisciplinary field of culture and art. So I will give a word to Rick to explain a bit about the idea of this symposium. Thank you.
So this is also recorded, right, Tiomir? It's recorded, so okay. Well, first of all, thanks to Tiomir for making possible everything. And thank you all for coming, of course. I'm always very happy to see a crowd. So that's wonderful. And then thanks for my students also to come here. There's a few students of mine. And of course to all the international guests that we've invited for this event, coming from Japan, Korea, Spain, Poland, and where are you from, Christina? From Amsterdam, Finland. So that's really nice that we have such an international crowd for this. I'm very happy to see that you all were able to come. So I will say something about what happened before. So how this all came about, which also brings me to saying something of what the plan is with this event. So Tiomir invited me to give a talk last year, and I spoke of Les Immatériaux, a beautiful exhibition which took place a long time ago already, in the 1980s, in Paris. It was an exhibition which in the end had an enormous impact on how exhibitions were done and on what the role of the museum was. I mean, there's libraries written on the impact of Les Immatériaux. So I advise you all to if you're interested in the history of exhibition making, then I advise you to take a look at that, because it's an enormous impact. I gave a talk about that mainly because I was interested in also the role of philosophy there. So my background is philosophy. I write a lot on contemporary philosophy. And of course also in relation to the contemporary arts. The word contemporary is also something which returns, of course, which means that the kind of thinking that I'm interested in and the kind of creativity that I'm interested in has a lot to do with the times in the broader sense of the word. So what was interesting in Les Immatériaux in that exhibition was that Jean-François Lyotard got involved in that exhibition. It was an exhibition which was it was supposed to be the opening exhibition of what's it called? Pompidou, Centre Pompidou, opening exhibition of Centre Pompidou, most expensive one actually up to date. The idea was we have to show something of the state of contemporary technology. It didn't really work out very well what they wanted to show, why they wanted to show it. So then they said, let's involve a philosopher. And that was Jean-François Lyotard. Jean-François Lyotard was an established philosopher who already in the 1970s published very influential books on the state on postmodernism, for instance, the word. He came up with the word. Oh, that's not good. He came up with the word. And he wrote also on a very influential book on how computers, how calculation would create a new time. Already in the 1970s, he wrote very influential and also very, still thought-provoking stuff on how we would enter a new era in which data would be the most prominent form of information that would drive society in many ways. So then he was asked to be the curator of this big exhibition. And it turned out an enormous success. Not only because there were people actually coming to an exhibition, but also because of the impact that it had. And there were many reasons for that. I will just talk about a few of them that were, of course, of importance for me. And of course has a lot to do with what the role of philosophy is in society. So what do we expect of a philosopher? There were times when philosophers were the most, I'm thinking of Roman times now, it's been a while, that philosophers were the most important influencers of society. The Stoic philosophers in early Roman times, but that's been a while ago. Of course, philosophers still write books. People don't often read books. But of course, there's many ways to express yourself. And Lyotard was one of the first philosophers. After that, actually, many important thinkers of our time also curated exhibitions. But Lyotard was one of the first ones to curate a big exhibition. And he said something very interesting about what exhibitions are and what philosophy is. So I have two quotes here, one from Lyotard and one from Michel Serres, one of my all-time favorites. Let's first start with Serres, because that has something to say about what philosophy is or what philosophy does. I don't know if everyone can read it, but I'll read it out loud. So what is philosophy? Michel Serres, in conversation with Bruno Latour, his student, said, philosophy is the anticipation of future thoughts and practices. I think that fits very well what, in the end, Lyotard was also looking at. It has no power, like the sciences, but in the name of the future, it has to speak up. It has to make use of its unrestrainable ability to compose a world in its totality or in general, and in its most minute detail. It's a beautiful but also very thought-provoking way of seeing what philosophy can do. And this is, I guess, also what Lyotard kind of tried to practice in his exhibition Les Immatériaux. So this was in an interview that he had afterwards, where Lyotard talked about his role. He said, I accept myself as a philosopher, and it seems to me to be important for the philosopher to be able to record what he thinks through the use of instruments that don't have to be restricted to the instrument of the book. It's just that simple. New and different things are at stake today, even though they're not totally new, and we have to try to understand the things that are being offered to us. Very simple explanation of what one can do with an exhibition, but also how a philosopher kind of is involved in it, and that would mainly be about kind of foreseeing the future in that sense. So what happened in Les Immatériaux? I summarized this in my talk with these three words. Les Immatériaux was an exhibition where you saw, also for the first time, the state of contemporary technology in the museum, but also a lot of artworks, commissioned artworks that somehow played with the idea of what technology could do and what it has to offer to society. But also what a threat for society would be, of course. So my summary of Les Immatériaux would be that it plays with the contemporary in three ways. First of all, of course, it introduces the philosopher-curator. So how is it possible that as a curator and a philosopher you are able to kind of play with your role as an educator, but also as someone who forces others to think about things, about the contemporary in this case. The second, I think it's very interesting, and this is also why Les Immatériaux is still often referred to as a groundbreaking exhibition. And that is that for Lyotard, the exhibition is the brain. And that means that as a visitor, you were taken up into the exhibition and you had to think along. So the exhibition did not give answers, it did not give clear-cut ideas on this is what the contemporary is or this is what our role should be. Somehow you were taken up into a thought process. It's a very affirmative way, I think, of kind of thinking what philosophy can do, but also a challenging way. In Les Immatériaux, there was no clear path, for instance. Everyone had to find their own kind of way of dealing with all these different artworks. So there were also interviews being done afterwards, and everyone came up with a different conclusion of what happened in the exhibition, which especially in that time was a new thing. I think it's a very interesting and important contribution to what philosophy has to offer to museums and to exhibitions in general. To see the exhibition as the brain. A third, realizing a new engagement. So somehow the idea of the exhibition is, especially when it deals with the contemporary means that which happens with the times, all that happens with the times in the broader sense of the word. The idea should be that you are realizing a new kind of way of seeing reality, way of understanding what's going on. With Les Immatériaux, that had a lot to do with technology, of course. The theme was technology, but of course it can be on any theme. Most important thing is, there we go again, that it was realizing this new engagement. So first of all, the philosopher-curator. Second, the exhibition is a brain. And third, realizing a new engagement. So when you're outside, somehow you have to take things along and play with it or make use of it or whatever. So that was more or less what I took from Les Immatériaux. And then Tihomir asked me, would it be interesting to curate an exhibition here and to see if we can set up something here in line with Les Immatériaux or in line with the ideas presented by Les Immatériaux. And I had to think about that, of course. I think if you do an exhibition today, you should be kind of, as a philosopher, taking up these three perspectives. So introducing the philosopher-curator as an important connection. So I will be a philosopher, I will not be someone from the arts who makes an exhibition. Second, I will somehow try to create with others an exhibition that functions as a brain. And third, of course, there's this idea of the contemporary, which is still hugely important. So somehow the contemporary has to kind of be rethought or re-established. So my interests are not so much limited to technology, although I think the impact of technology on society is, of course, super important. But we don't live in the 1980s anymore, and we have a very different idea of what technology is, and there are other urgencies which are knocking on our doors. The biggest one, of course, is the ecological crisis, which is also what I'm writing about. And actually all the guests that I invited here are somehow deeply concerned or involved in the ecological crisis. So everyone I invited has some sort of a background in philosophy, has some sort of a background in the arts, and is involved in the contemporary and is concerned about the contemporary. And I think in the end, all of you would be wonderful, and therefore I'm glad that everyone said, yes, let's join in and let's set this up. That we are all, in the end, a great community in terms of doing this together. So I'm looking at Christina, Irena, Alex, Toshia, Chris, Tihumir. Together, I think we can give a very broad idea of what goes on in the contemporary when it comes to rethinking the Earth. And so that is why I came up with this title, The Earth is Thinking All Along. It has to do with ecology, it has to do with moving away from the human position, it has to do with the state of theory today. Has also a lot to do with trying to set up a link between philosophy and the arts by creating all kinds of connections that do not so much lead to one idea or one thought. It's supposed to be an exhibition in the end, so next year this should lead to an exhibition in which the exhibition is the brain. And that means that 1,000 things can happen. So I'm just typing in a few trajectories through which connections can be established. And as said, they can be established at the same time. So the one and the multiple are not oppositions, they can happen at the same time. The angular and the circular, the interrupted and the continuous, the opaque and the clear, the possible and the impossible, the hard and the soft, technological and the artificial. Those are just kind of threads between which all kinds of thoughts can come into being about what earthiness does. So that's how it started. And that's how I would like to begin this project. There's a nice echo here, by the way. So that's like a good statement. That's a spoon, Rick. So the title of this whole project is The Earth is Thinking All Along, ... It's a threat also, right? Beware, the Earth is thinking all along. But it's also something which we forgot. I'll say something about that more in a minute. As a kind of motto, I always come back to Spinoza. I'm a philosophy scholar, as said, and Spinoza is... I come from the Netherlands, but come on, he's really good. Very influential thinker from the 17th century. And this is actually my summary of how he talks of the mind-body problem. So Spinoza would say, in short, the mind is the idea of the body, and the body is the object of the mind. I think everyone should make a tile out of this and hang it above your bed and think it through over and over again. And notice that when he talks about the body, he doesn't talk about the human body. He talks about any kind of body. So it can be a human, but it can also be a beetle, it can be an antelope. It can also be an ecosphere. It can also be the earth. Spinoza wrote beautiful texts, also letters to friends about how a stone thinks, for instance, and with that he is more revolutionary than any thinker after him. Spinoza would say that a stone thinks, when the stone falls, he thinks he's falling in a free way, the same way a child thinks he is freely demanding the breast of the mother. There's a kind of similarity in the way in which thinking, but also the way in which embodiment works for Spinoza. Of course, there's different ways of thinking. There's a billion different ways of thinking. There are a billion different ways of embodiment. But what for Spinoza is super important is this connection. The mind is the idea of the body, while the body is the object of the mind. So I think this is a huge challenge to think this through and what the consequences of this idea are if we want to think the earth. Because as said, up until recently we've been focused very much on human beings. This is what modern times taught us, that we have to focus on human beings. But the times of today ask us different questions. Much more focused on broadening our perspective, so rethinking the idea of embodiment and rethinking the idea of thought. And that is why we have to pose the question, the earth is thinking all along, question mark. So, that was a special effect. So I want to briefly start with a formal introduction. In which I introduce the main themes. Okay. Traversing the liquid grounds, the frozen mountaintops, the concrete jungles and the deepest ocean troghs, the Earth consists of infinite series of local and translocal systems that somehow act as one. This is a very Spinozist way of talking. Act as one means that in the end, a different kind of body comes into existence, and therefore a different kind of mind, a different kind of thinking. Not just being a material assemblage, but also in how these systems search to persevere in being, in how they learn, think, and respond to what they encounter, how they understand their past and anticipate their future. In modern times, the dominant narrative told us that only humans were able to think properly, and that it was okay to make use of the modern human world, as it pleased the humans. Also, these humans were white, European, obviously male, and came from the proper socioeconomic classes. The current era challenges these notions profoundly. Biologists wrote books on how plants think. Anthropologists, finally taking their indigenous knowledge seriously, write books on how the forests think. And there are philosophers who look at octopuses, at dolphins, and some species of birds, for instance crows, claiming that the ideas they have may be very different from ours, but certainly just as refined. But what about the earth then? The grounds that feed us, that breed all forms of life, that give rise for so long already to the most complex and diverse ecospheres in which we only play a minor role, and that keep mutating in unexpected ways, realizing life otherwise. This clever creature that we call Earth is surely not impressed by even the most dramatic ecological crisis to come. For the crisis may turn out lethal for humankind, it will cause the Earth only to change her mind. Something happened. There we are. It will cause the Earth only to change her mind, if it hasn't done so already. Part 2. Sure, we have been struggling with this for a while now, and there has been an entire generation of philosophers who built their careers on rethinking our relation to the world around us in response to major events like the dropping of the atom bomb, August of 1945, and the mass revolts in Paris in May '68. But surely today we live in a time in which we feel on a daily basis how the fourth industrial revolution and the sixth mass extinction make themselves known in the more than human presences constantly. The wounds of ongoing articulations of racial settler capitalism and the many trajectories of imperialism that resulted from our blindness are more and more speaking up through fellow human beings, through flora and fauna, and increasingly through the more than human presences, the elements, the temperatures that rise. And also more and more, they prove our short-sightedness, our failure of our modern worldview. We must imagine the earth otherwise, and it is only by fully embracing the muses again, as they have been teaching us through meditation, memory and song, that we can reach out to the world and occupy it by heart, by will and by chance. Only through creative thinking, as it happens today in the sciences, in literature, but most of all in the arts, of course, we can address our rusty and outdated patterns of perception by means of which we tend to inform ourselves. The aim should no longer be to give a voice to the unheard, as activists often still claim, but rather to creatively imagine and think through this holy other earth that we couldn't or wouldn't see before. Playing the sensuous differently, paying homage to all the muses is immensely important, especially in our time, if we take seriously the need of questioning and changing our ideas of the earth, the lives it gives rise to, and the options for survival. So, third part, to work with art as our toolkit for survival. As all of us are facing these crises of the ecological contemporary, feel the potential force of the upcoming changes and the existential threat that it is, we all need art, and art of the highest kind, as Deleuze and Guattari said, to become our toolkit for survival. And thus, as a modest opening bit to start exploring the earth and the infinite ideas it can generate, this exhibition couples groundbreaking artists to groundbreaking philosophers from all over the globe, all of them intrigued by our contemporary more than human complexities, to imagine this world otherwise. Joining forces, the philosopher and the artist experiment, map and speculate on the earth, situating themselves in the land and the water, finding out in what way art and philosophy are able to take up responsibility for the earth together. We visit delta cities threatened by rising sea levels, the swamps and their long histories of life and death, the islands of the Pacific and their wholly other forms of life, and the sheer endless tundras far away from the salty waters. Not aiming at creating an overview, The Earth is Thinking All Along offers a bundle of entry points for rethinking the Earth, for launching a new philosophy of land, an affirmative joint action of artists and philosophers who joyfully propose to change our lives together. So that's an opening statement. The program has secretly already appeared here, I see. Welcome and introduction. Well, the timing is bad, but yeah. So forget about the times. We should start with a position paper session. So what I propose is that all of the people we invited have a 10-minute talk about their rethinking of the Earth, and then we have a 10-minute discussion, and then we have a break, and then we have part two of the people who we invited. Yeah, and in the talk, of course, everyone is able to ask questions. It would be nice that it would be a kind of a brainstorm, this whole thing. Although the room is maybe a bit more kind of like for official lectures, but it would be nice to have some input from the audience. So we start with 4 short talks. First, Christian Alonso, director of the Art Center in Lleida, but also a philosopher, art critic, curator in Barcelona, teaching also at the University of Barcelona and in Lleida, and doing 1,000 other things. I'm always super kind of surprised with how many things Chris is able to do at the same time and write. Chris once wrote a PhD thesis. I'm going to explain. 900 pages, right?
100% it was a big English translation.
Yeah, 900 pages. A4, right? It was not like I barely made it to 100. So Chris, would you like to say something about your... there we go again. I have a very enthusiastic computer. Mutating bodies. Chris, could you come here and give a short presentation?
Okay, so welcome everybody. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you for organizing this event. Thank you, Timothy, for hosting us and the Museum of Contemporary Art of Skopje, and the team for taking care of all the bookings and all the details. Very gentle. Thank you very much. And I would just start because it's a short presentation, so I prepared a paper, so I'm just going to read through because I want to stick the time and I want you to ask questions and to have the opportunity to talk about this urgent and interesting topic. So as Rick introduced me, so I'm director of La Panera Art Center. La Panera is La Panera Center of Art. It's a platform for creation, research, and experimentation in contemporary arts. The public institution is located in Lleida, Catalonia, Spain. Lleida is a city that is the capital of a province, and it has 140,000 inhabitants. Whereas the province itself has 430,000 inhabitants. Lleida is a fundamentally agricultural and livestock activity. That's the main economic sector. La Panera focuses on producing curatorial projects, exhibitions, but also like community, editorial, and design projects. And it does so by considering art as a tool for social transformation, for individual and collective subjective mutations. And my project for La Panera consists on articulating the program from the perspective of eco-social sustainability. That implies, firstly, adopting a horizontal and non-hierarchical perspective which considers natural, cultural, and technological systems in a transversal way. Secondly, it means recognizing the value of research and critical thought. Thirdly, it involves producing long-term artistic and curatorial projects that are nourished by the collaboration of artistic and non-artistic agents. Fourthly, it involves the rooting of the programming in the territory and working with local communities. Fifth, it entails basing the relationships between people on care, on the question of care, good practices, and common well-being. Sixth, it means ensuring the physical, sensory, and cognitive accessibility to the projects. And finally, it involves identifying the environmental impact of institutions, so like carbon footprint, for instance, of the institutions, and adopting measures to mitigate them. So I've selected some activities, workshops that we host at La Panera. We have a special program for kids as well, and also documentation, design projects, etc. So I'm going to talk, I've selected 4 projects to talk about the question of, that I'm going to analyze through the notion of mutation. So first it's Timulus Vulgaris by Ferran Lega. This is an installation made in 2023. It consists, as you can see, on a plexiglass box, time plans, technical growth light, Arduino boards, MIDI connectors, etc. So the project, it explores the socio-biotechnical inscriptions of time, of the plant of time. So I guess you know what I'm talking about. I guess it's time in English, right? And it's situated in a particular area, in a particular geopolitical area, that it's the time field of Alfés. Here you see the name of the toponym. It's a 10 minutes car ride from Lleida. So the Alfés time field is a space of great natural and cultural value in our territory. Is it a big, steep ecosystem where the time grows wild, and is the only, the last ecosystem where time grows naturally, wildly in Catalonia. So this area is protected by European, national, and regional legal figures. Traditionally, the Alfés time was the site of agricultural and livestock activity. In 1929, the regional government built both a military and civil airfield on the time field. And in addition to its ornithological and landscape value, the time is today the refuge of this bird. It's called in Latin Cerophilus dupontis, so ricotti lark, and is a bird that was considered extinguished in 2005. And so also the time field has been the object of numerous disputes, first between the farmers and the Ministry of Defense, later between the environmental organizations and also the Aeroclub, Club Aeri, and the public administration. So Timulus Vulgaris consists on a flower bed that resembles the environment where the time grows wild in Alfés. A MIDI system made with Arduino boards transforms the plant's bioelectrical signals into acoustic signals. And the computer, what it does is transforming the bioconductivity of photosynthetic processes into a sound enunciation that is sensitive to the touch and the environmental conditions of the room. So what it does is that as you touch the plant, and as it is affected not only by touch but also to the light and to the humidity of the environment, it will start to generate acoustic environments, the plant. So because it will be electrified a bit, the plant as well, slightly, not causing harm, but it's so it will create a magnetic electric circuit, and then that will interact and will respond to the let's say human, let's say environmental interactions. So this other project, it's by another artist that it's called Cicel Mariton. It's actually a video piece that basically was created by this. I think she's Danish, but she's based in the Netherlands. And this video piece talks about the ubiquity and the post-human transversality of plastic. It's a video piece. It's a short video piece that talks about that it departs from a very specific event, which is the dumping to the North Sea of this boat MSC in 2011, and basically the video project talks about how today plastic reconnects marine and terrestrial organisms. Plastic spreads, as you know, with the question of microplastic, for instance, spreads to all corners of the earth through air and water currents, and broken into increasingly smaller pieces, which never die, which never disappear. They disintegrate completely and pass from the environments to our bodies. Not the material itself, but also like the molecules, the hormonal disruptors, because the plastics, they generate as well hormonal unbalancings. The ubiquity of microplastics in our environments challenge us to reconsider our sense of embodiment as well, and what we consider as us. So the documentary, it's both, so the video, it's both documentary and speculative. And as I was saying, it departs from this event of the dumping of 349 containers in the North Sea by the container ship MSC near the Friesland Islands in the Netherlands in 2019, and the consequent release of millions of kilos of plastic waste into the environment. And so in the play, we follow two human bodies dancing in the twilight with sun, sea foam on the island of Schiermonnikoog. I'd Google it to kind of remember the pronunciation, but of course, I forgot. It's very difficult. Can you repeat again?
Schiermonnikoog.
Okay, thank you. So microscopic images of cells vibrate in the screen, ingesting microplastics. An animation of a starfish larva explains the discovery of macrophages, and 3D scans trace the 16th century shipwreck gold coins located beneath the MS Zizo. Through sound and image, the work invites viewers to viscerally engage in a world of interpenetrable body-environment relationships, and to reimagine what we consider as us. Јуни is another video piece by artist Guiu Jimeno Bardis, 2022. The video, basically, it's a video piece that is shown together with this plow, altered, what? Yeah. Okay, Јуни, it's part of the line of research of Guiu Jimeno Bardis that asks himself what would be a rural environment that would be desirable for people to live in, for LGBTQ people to live there. And basically, he asked why we tend to immigrate and to live in the city rather than preferring the rural environment. And so the line of research is trying to reimagine how this rural environment would be for queer people that would be desirable to live in. So this project focuses on both, mainly how we can rethink the tools of work, tools for agricultural use, but also productivity, desire, limits, consent, work in the field, and human and non-human relationships. In Guiu Jimeno Bardis' worldview, the tools of the field become libidinal processes and at the same time work tools. The film recreates a day of work in the field. Human bodies are both workforce and a vector of desire, sexual pleasure, subjectivity, and queer temporality. And lastly, I'm going to finish with Marco Nori's project. It's titled Sequere. Sequere is the title of this installation made in 2022. It consists on pictorial maps, as you can see, and also a sculpture that it's actually a container for water. The project talks about the density of stories, memories, and experience the rivers encapsulate, and specifically the Segre River, which is the main river in the territory of Lleida. So basically, the project consisted on, let's say, a walk. It started the main thing is a walk that was 700 kilometers from the end of the river, El Delta del Ebre, towards the region of the body of water, so of the Segre River. And basically, it was a public, let's say, a public walk. So the artist would publish the list of toponyms that he will cross as they walked along the river basin, and then he will invite people, the neighbors, to join to talk about climate change, to talk about the recent, past, and current wars, and the problems that the territory face, like. The loss of population, etc. So basically, they took this container and took water from the river delta, and then they gave it back to the origin, to the source. And basically these projects, as you can see, are pictorial maps that has basically, that shows a segment of the river that they crossed in that specific day. That walk was 700 kilometers and that they did in 44 days. So you would see a segment of the river, so the path that they had to go cross. And basically you will see also some icons like this red, let's say, red signs that will indicate fireflies. So yeah, basically to conclude, we have seen how these 4 projects not only indicate or show complex mutations of plants, mutations of birds, mutations of rivers, mutations of matters, mutations of signs, and also environments, but also they enact subjective transformations. This twofold meaning is precisely what philosopher and activist Felix Guattari gave to the meaning of mutation, transformation, alterification. So as he argued both in the 3 ecologies and Cosmos in the 80s, the environmental crisis refers to a more general crisis of the existential, which can only be effectively addressed through the mutation, reinvention of social practices. So I'm going to finish here, so we have time for questions, and we can expand on whatever you want me to expand on, maybe like now, or maybe when we present the transversal concept later.
Yeah. Thank you very much, first of all. Yeah, we have time for 1 or 2 questions, if people have direct questions. Yeah?
So yeah, the sound, basically the plant will react both, not only the touch, but also the humidity. So of course we had this exhibition was 3 months, so we had to of course take care of the plants, and so water them, but not water them too much because otherwise they will rotten, and also the technical light. So it will be really like let's say fragile, but also very sensitive as well. So yes, and that also talks about how this need of taking care of these art projects. We don't know anymore if it's an art project or if it's not. We don't care actually. It's a creation, you know, like a complex creation that talks about different environments, different transformations. So so yeah, it also forced us to think, you know, from the institutional perspective, right? To take care of living matter, you know, and that's also like some other thing that it's interesting to see.
That sounds really interesting.
Yeah,
it sounds
thank you.
Harmonious almost.
Thank you. Yeah, this project actually is now being shown this week in Sonar Festival in this is an electronic music festival, but it was produced in the context of this exhibition, Multi-Species Imaginaries in Lleida.
One more question? Otherwise we'll move on. Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. We'll see you later again. Next is Cristina. This is Cristina Coscantola.
Hello.
She's an artist based in Amsterdam, artist and curator, Amsterdam, but also spent years altogether in Beijing, traveling the Central Asia, but also East Asia, in many different ways, making super interesting artworks, but also exhibitions on this, in which there's always a lot of philosophy going on. She got a PhD also from Chelsea. Was it Chelsea, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Chelsea.
Yeah, I was there. And yeah, very interested in your talk.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Rick. Thank you, everybody. One big group hug for everybody. includes all thanks possible, otherwise it takes a long time. Okay, so I am an artist. Today I will speak very much from my practice as opposed to all these big theorists around me. When Rick invited me to this project, we had the discussion online, and when he started telling me about the project, it was running so many parallels at the project that I am currently working with a Manchurian musician and componist. So I will talk about the project in process. So this is quite experimental talk in a sense that I refer to the future, talk about the project that is not finished. So quite vulnerable, but okay, let's go. So for me as an artist, collaborations are essential because I think all knowledge production, and there's also arts, are always interviewing with multitude of entities and actors. So I believe that being an artist should never be an ego-driven activity, but rather a position of being of the world and reflecting on the universe. As such, as an artist, I see myself rather mediating the coming together of diverse encounters and myriad beings, visible or not. So not like God-like creator, but just someone who does something. What do I do? Okay, sorry. PC idiot. Okay. With Earth is Thinking All Along, I work together with Hans Johan, Manchurian composer and musician, and a hero of shamanic Ulabun music. Han has been committed to studying Manchu shamanistic music and language for more than 2 decades. Here I'm afraid that I am really, we are mixing up the setup of Riks a bit. So instead of artist-philosopher duo, we work more like an entangled organism, not defining who is doing what. Also, we include so many other voices that we don't know actually what is doing what, or any kind of, so we see. So this presentation is a bit processual. For more than 5 years, Han and I have collaborated on several occasions with many shamans in Manchuria and in Mongolia. Here you see a ceremony by Erganbao Lige and Mao Yehen, mother and son. During these encounters, the northern connection between us, me being from Finland, he being from Manchuria, or specifically Karelian heritage, became more and more evident and crucial. Our corresponding ancestral history with shamanism's shared borders with Russia, as well as colonial histories of communism and imperialism, and in Finland, Christianity, that all played a pivotal role in the destruction of shamanic belief systems and practices. Until now, we have always worked, the focus has been the interrelation of our practice. And with this project, we try to push this further and entangle in one project together. So, this is luck. With Rick's project, we work with taiga and her forests. I'm not sure if I have the right, okay. Anywho, Rick's project, we work with taiga and her forests, lakes, rivers, mountains, and ice. An aspect important in this research is critical reflection on geopolitics in general and metageographies. We have worked both in the Finnish border at the Karelia, at Lake Saima, close to my ancestral home in Karelia, this Kirvu, called nowadays Snobotja, something in Russian, and Hans' ancestral Manchuria in Daxingangling, alongside the Amur River, which acts also as a natural border where Manchuria is divided between Chinese northeast and Russian far east. However, instead of addressing solely the whole human world and geopolitics, we emphasize the limits and failure of human-centered knowledge and agency, the inherent extractivism, geopolitics, the approach via animistic positions, and more than human knowledge. This is challenging the limited modern human-centric time-space framing in which the relationship to the past and future generations, the ancestors and the earth is lost. We challenge the power position of dictators, capitalists and colonizers alongside with the modern concept of science by exploring them in relation to shamanic practices and gods, the cosmos and the universe and the taiga forest, or taiga in general. We explore the earth frequency, quantum theory and their relation to vibrations and transformations, transformative powers of the shaman drum. These perspectives, of course, also echo the vital materialism, such as in Spinoza and Deleuze, but also new materialism, post-humanism, like Pridoti, Dolphin, Araveda, Landa, a lot of names. Dialogue with the shamans in relation to current theorization is important and simultaneously open the spiritual and extra-natural, building on these ancient practices and knowledge. The magical taiga embodies Eurasian shamanisms. Science is among the most political questions in the world. What we consider proper knowledge and who has the right to make such a claim. Studio Antimondo, Oscar Sandia, defines science as any systematic way of being in the world that helps you to understand the reality around you. As such, science is not a new concept that started with Copernicus or Newton. Science goes beyond and is thousands of years old. This also necessitates us to challenge the truth-making of empirical sciences and entangle indigenous knowledges. In indigenous ontologies, there is no single external truth, true reality, but rather relationship that one has with the object is more important than the object itself. In this sense, reality is a relationship of multiple relationship. Quote, there is no one defined reality, but rather different sets of relationships that make up indigenous ontology. Therefore, the reality is not an object, but process of relationships, and indigenous ontology is actually equivalent of indigenous epistemology, end quote. Of course, this includes ethics, so we are back to Bharat. For a shaman, rituals are polyvocal and generative, deeply rooted points of knowledge production that are affirming cosmic and worldly alliances and solidarity with interdependent worlds. The shaman's drum, or the shaman's flying machine, as the Manchu used to call it, frequency is the same as the earth frequency. The electromagnetism and the vibrations allow the shaman to unite with different dimensions of the universe, spiritual worlds and gods, to seek for knowledge, wisdom, and healing. Yeah, this, of course, has a lot of parallels with all the aforementioned theories and the theorists. As Shaman Selehada says, it's, everything in the universe is energy. There are magical phenomena, but they are all part of this world. Here we arrive to the terrain of the not yet known, as I like to think about spirituality. Not as extra-natural, but actually something that we don't understand yet as simple humans. The terrain of the re-enfleshing or untangling the body from the violence, such as sciences, economics, and languages. Multiple forms and agents of knowledge vibrate and course through bodies and beings, organic, inorganic, thoughts, imaginations, making the world, making worlds. And then a little bit of the outcome. Please, this is very, very preliminary. The project will manifest this as a collaborative polyvocal 3-channel spatial video installation, each with their own sound. So what we aim is the exhibitions to a space that will mediate diverse animistic worlds and empathetic imaginations as instructing components for planetary and cosmic regeneration and for a radical consideration of the human within the universe. So with Xiao Han, we were in Karelia, in Finnish side, and also in Manchuria, in the Chinese side, also in Mongolia. And Xiao Han did 2 rituals, performances, one at the Lake Saima at Karelia, where he was greeting the Finnish gods, and other one at the Amur River, where he was saying goodbye to the river. So these, unfortunately, these are still all in editing, so especially the Amur part, you only hear a lot of wind at the stage. It was hell of a weather that day. Anyway, there will become a 3rd film also that has more of a narrative and in which the landscape from Karelia and from Manchuria will entangle. So they kind of come together in the 3rd film. Then we will use many voices, music, sounds, spells, incantation, and poetry, dialogue with shamans, and the core connection to current theorization with these spiritual knowledges, let's call them, entangle. And we will also use multiple voices in different languages, probably Manchu, Finnish, Ortsen, Karelian, Buryat, Mongolian. But again, this is speculative at the moment. This would be about it. Now I'm doing this is like the last image. This is a Mongolian horse, 3-river horse. They are semi-wild. For some reason, this beautiful animal walked all the way towards to me from very far, which is very rare because these animals generally live wild for 10 months a year, and then 2 months in summertime they are used by the humans. Okay, it sounds terrible, but that's what is happening. Anyway, so of course this will be a metaphor for border crossing. Oh, I'm clapping to myself. Too much in China, they do that there. Thank you.
Wonderful. Oh, yeah, it's working, yeah. Do we have some questions? Yeah, Toshia? You can start. Yes? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I was kind of struck by the fact, in Manchuria, there were shamans. I didn't know so much in the details. I come from Japan and the ex-imperial fascist state. There are a bunch of this researches or the theory, and in the context of the post-colonial studies and the media studies as well, how Japanese leftist or right-wing fascists engage with filmmaking there. But I'm pretty interested in the lineage of the shamanism there, because now also we have so many studies and the theories on the shamanism and the animism in the anthropology, and also the philosophy, and in the context of the non-human, post-human studies. So I believe, I'm sure, you are engaged with some kind of the elaborating the future model and combining on the lineage of the shamanism and the animism with post-human or post-media or new kind of alternative tactics of the media or art, expression, performance. In this sense, in this scene, do you think in the 80s, along with the immaterial, I think in the Pompidou Center, they had an exhibition called the Magician of the Magician of the Ground, the Magician of the Earth. So that kind of the approach should be undone or re-elaborated, I believe. What do you think about? Yeah, it's a little bit the mixture of the question and the remarks, and freely you can reply. Thank you.
Yeah. That the exhibition, the word shaman actually comes from Manchu language. So that there are shamans in Manchuria is not surprising, to me at least. Of course, we are living in different political environment now than of the magician exhibition. So the new approach for me would be actually that I'm working with actual shamans using the actual voices. So that's why I also don't call, I call what I do my research polyvocal. And not in the sense you could think that it's some kind of intertextuality, but it's absolutely not, because I'm using live voices, also voices of the dead. Actually, I did the project in South Japan where Itako was calling my dead father. So this is kind of the new approach. Also, of course, that these works are always collaborative, that there are more voices. But I'm very curious. It's wonderful to be able to develop this work together with such a crew of experts. Okay, but I think I taken was.
Another question, maybe you? Yeah.
Thank you. It was a question related also to actually precisely to the methodology. So it was really simple. How did you know these Manchu are? No, the artist, the musician, the shaman, the person that you are working with. I mean, how did you know him? Like how the process has been like built, unfolding, you know?
Ah, okay. Yeah, well, it's had very tragic roots because they demolished my studio in Beijing. So I had to get out of there. So then I thought, okay, let's go to northern China. And of course, I was interested in shamanism. I've been practicing shamanic meditation for a long time. Then I just, in China, everything happens called via so-called guanxi, which means elaborative networks of friends and their relatives and uncles and aunts. And so then you drop this and then it kind of snowballs from there. So I know very many people in China. So then I got introduced to Han Xiaohan, who took me to one shaman. Then this shaman introduced me to another shaman, and then it just kind of snowballed from there.
Yeah.
But it's not easy. Those, these are, of course, very sensitive people. So they either like you or they don't like you. And the distances are gigantic. So it's not like the toy airplanes where peanuts compared to travels there. Toy airplanes from yesterday. Did I answer your question at all?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it was precisely this, because not, you know, when we ask someone to collaborate to an artistic project, some people they have never done that. So there's also like prejudices, I guess, also when it comes to that.
Ethics, but this would be a completely other lecture. Ethics are extremely important. It also takes a long time. There has to be trust. You have to be introduced. You have to, I'm extremely careful how I use the image of the other. But I'm also pushing the envelope. But I know I can, so. Not arrogant, sounded bad, but I didn't mean it arrogant. Let's say that I know what I'm doing and what tensions I'm playing, and I'm doing it absolutely completely close.
In ancient Egypt, the people did not live in a country. Everybody lived the black earth, and that was also the word they used for it, Kemet. Egypt is a Greek word. Kemet means the new and rich wetland that, after the flood, could feed them, their companions, and their environments. They always lived the lands together. The jackal and the ibis, the beetle and the man, the lotus, the fig tree, and the grass. The Nile River, which was called Ar or Aur, which also means black, included the rains that fell from the sky, whereas the earth, Kemet, black earth, also included the sediments that flowed in the river. and that troubled it. With the annual flooding of the Nile, when all the cities and the villages were covered with a new layer of black mud, Ar, or Aur, embraced the whole of Kemet, sank in it black on black, drained and fertilized it. As such, society was invented anew every year again, while the liquid ground persisted for thousands of years. After the flood, its life, its communities in movement, found a way to live it again, until the next flood came and all started anew. So despite our efforts to translate these terms, Kemet and Ar, despite our efforts to translate these terms, the blackness that the ancients referred to should perhaps not even be ascribed to either the black earth or the troubled water. In the end, Kemet and Ar, or Ar, are not about isolating any element in the ecosphere. What was referred to much more concerns the one darkness that flows through land, where we are, yeah. The one darkness that flows through land, water, air, and life. So it's our distinction. We keep thinking about earth and water as separate things, but that's not what they were writing about. So my interest goes out to this oneness that they refer to, the blackness, which is both the water and land, which I call the one darkness that flows. My interest goes out to the connective force that empowers all the bodies involved, and also at the same time empowers the minds, of course. And remember that Spinoza told us that the body and the mind are in the end the same thing. Then this is what ancient Egypt as a whole shows us, that the one flow gives rise to everything. According to this flow, the celestial earth is the moon, and the stars have to be mirrored by the pyramids of Gizeh. According to the flow, wildlife comes and goes, mates and feeds itself. According to the flow, plants know when to drink and develop a system for spreading their seeds. The one darkness that flows defines how life is organized, that it must also give rise to the gods. The Stoic philosopher Chaeremon, not very well known. The Stoic philosopher Chaeremon of Alexandria, he died in the 1st century after Christ, shows how also the gods are ideas of the river and the liquid grounds. And this is a quote which was in Greek, so I could translate it again. I will read it out. I think it's beautiful. It's about Osiris and Isis, and the Nile, of course. He, Osiris, is also taken to be the river power of the Nile. But when they concern the terrestrial earth, Osiris is taken to be the fertilizing power. When, however, they concern the celestial earth, Osiris is the Nile, which they believe to come down from heaven. That is the rain. They bewail him also to appropriate the power when it abates and is consumed. The Isis, who in the myths has intercourse with Osiris, is the land of Egypt, and therefore she becomes his equal and conceives and produces the fruits. And the last sentence is the best. Hence, of course, we could follow this line of thought, right? Hence, in the tradition, Osiris, Isis' husband, is also her brother and her son. To understand, to see, and to think the one darkness that flows is not about isolating, but also not about situating. The darkness, as could be expected, as we are speaking of, flows, never just concerns the Nile River and its surrounding delta. In ancient times, the liquid grounds surrounding the Јуни River in contemporary Georgia were also called black. So it's not only the Nile, it's just every land that could be lived, every water that could be lived. So rather than situating blackness, we should rather think of the movement, the rhythming of the flood, of the wet and dry season, how all of this starts from the one black stream that made happen the mattering and thinking alike. So what I'm interested in, what my proposal is to think the one darkness as an idea of the earth that gives rise to life, just in ancient Egypt, but in the many ways in which the river, in which the blackness in that sense gives rise to the grounds that we live today in all the deltas that we are at, involving the seasons, the weather, and the life that it gives rise to. The one darkness that flows in that sense codes everything. So for me, the one darkness that flows offers us a very attractive way of thinking a community, a more than human community in that sense. And a community that also involves life and death. As something which is not about being identified or situated. It's me. When I'm sitting here, then always the presentation goes wild. So it's not something which is identified or situated, but it's about persistence and about flow and about being included into this flow, into these processes of change. So when I'm thinking of artworks, Korean, but living in the Netherlands, doing a PhD, she did a wonderful project on reshaping the dunes. So what is interesting of music, of course, is that in the end, it turns into one flow. So she is interested in the acoustic. It's working, right? Coastal infrastructure as a sonic object. So she just takes up the sound of the delta. So here she's in the Netherlands, but she also did projects in Korea, of course, where she picks up the sound coming from the dunes and from the rivers and from the seas, everything coming together. And she makes compositions from it. And she's also referring to this as the sound of the Anthropocene, because of course the big changes that are going on in, for instance, the dunescapes, but also in what the river transports these days, for instance, big ships. All of that becomes part of the composition. So I think it's a very interesting way of referring to the one darkness that flows, because in Egypt, of course, also everything became part of that one flow, and everything was articulated through the one flow. Maybe it becomes a bit... Sorry? Yeah, this is on the coastal side of the Netherlands, and there she has quite a few big sonic devices where she picks up. She builds these machines herself together with people who, in the Hay Conservatory, there's a group of people who work on sound and on sonic mapping. And if it's windy, then the sound changes, of course. And if the dunes change, because they change all the time, because in the Netherlands there's such a strong tide coming from the Atlantic Ocean, which means that the dunes are continuously being repaired. So there's always ships in the sea who blow up new sand. So it's completely artificial, the coastline of the Netherlands. Like everything in the Netherlands. Yeah. Where was I? Yeah, so this is one, I'll keep it on because it's nice. Another artist, young artist, residing in the Netherlands, also makes all kinds of installations of watery environments and everything that happens in it. Also making sound system, but as you can see, also installations. The third one is a Oscar Chan, you know him. He makes beautiful drawings of everything he senses, but everything comes from the one line. So I think that's also a very interesting way of rethinking the one darkness that flows, because he also talks a lot in his drawings of all the spiritual forces that he feels in a space. He does a lot of work also on site. Would be great to have him here, to make him do drawings on the wall. He does that very often. Huge murals where all the kind of forces kind of unfold from that one line. It's one pen. It's very unclear, this image, but it's huge, yeah. But it's very much on improvisation and always huge murals, very different from location to location. So I like the idea of creating that, especially because he's interested. He's now working in Helsinki, Finland. He comes from Hong Kong, but he travels around, does a lot of work throughout Europe nowadays, and China. He uses this very dark Chinese ink with which he draws. Anyway, this is my perspective. Yeah. If there are questions, then they can be asked. Oh, yeah?
You want to turn it off? I can hear a lot of tension in the examples that you presented, and in the theory part there is the one flow, darkness, and not a lot about undercurrents. I don't know, maybe you would like to add something about it, because I think it would be an important part of this theory that you introduced, and yeah, and ices and soil. Maybe we should add something to that.
Yeah, it's only... There was a quote from Karaman. Undercurrents, yeah, I wrote also a lot about that. I think it's a super important concept. Also very interesting when you think of flows, that there is always an undercurrent going into a different direction. I think sometimes stops. But someone like Oscar Chan would be interested in always showing the visible and the invisible, spiritual forces, anything like that. But somehow also in these musical compositions, because this is how music works, right? Everything is taken into the soundscape. Sometimes it's audible, sometimes it's non-audible. There's also some artists in the Netherlands who use similar systems like Meiji Kim to listen to the underwater sounds that are being created by these huge vessels using ultrasound, so the sounds that we cannot hear, and then they pitch it, and then you can hear how polluting these enormous oil vessels are for the harbor and for all the life forms that is not us, but that are definitely kind of hearing all of the wobbling of the iron boats and all that. They're definitely bothered by it. But undercurrents is definitely a term that should be worked with here. And definitely also in terms of ecological catastrophe, because it means that parts that we can or don't want to see. Yeah. Another remark, question, something?
Yeah, I've been thinking not in this presentation, not in the this past week, but like a few years ago, about how really there's a proliferation of artists that using sound in their artistic projects, and especially how useful it seems it is to come up with a project that reflects on the complexity of life in the environments using through sound, right? Because sound I think it's a very powerful tool to make tangible relations that are not too obvious or that our mindset, anthropocentric minds, they prevent us from actually grasping those relationships, right? Like for instance, birds, they create these acoustic environments that are actually their territories. So it's part of their bodies. It's like a corporealization, of the territory of their own, through their waves. And so I don't know, it's just I don't know, a remark about really how artists are, they're using sound as a tool to grasp those relationships, and I think it's a very powerful, and it's different than, for instance, video. Video, I think, is also very handy and very medium, artistic medium to reflect on those topics. But I think sound, it's even more. It drags you, without even thinking, without even the mediation of thinking, to some extent. So yeah, you were also involved in sonic acts, right? And so maybe you can talk about some other artists, or if you want to comment on that. Thank you.
Very good remark that you're making. Also because you mentioned birds and the way birds mark their territories. Maybe in the end, something like the stuff that Meiji Kim does is also about the river marking a territory, because it is. I'm trying to make it more. It stopped, but somehow it's also about how a form of life, a non-human form of life, in this sense, the river, how it somehow kind of set things into motion sonically, and thereby kind of creating a kind of self. When we talk about territories and about creating territories, we often think about organic life forms like humans and birds, but why not rivers, as territorializing in that sense a whole delta, and kind of creating a resonance through which their presence is at work in all the materialities and all the thoughts that are being produced in this delta. Yeah. Yeah, Sven, The musicologist, yeah.
Well, I was wondering, the artist who created the tunes composition, how did she influence the sounds? Because she was picking up the sounds with the microphone, but what did she actually compose with it? What we heard, or did she change things, or?
Good question. Yes, she picks up a lot of sounds. It's at Zandmotor. I don't know if you know it, but it's an installation which is at the coastal lines in the Netherlands. And as an artist, you can make use of it, and you can also add stuff to it, whatever. She definitely modifies it in order to turn it into a composition, but the material is always the material coming from these, what the Zandmotor picks up. There's more artists who do stuff like that. Signe Linden is a Norwegian artist who makes enormous pieces of cloth, textile, could be nice for this exhibition too. And she hangs them in the sea, and then she picks up the waves, of course, the tides, but in a much more refined way than how we usually think of the tides. So the tides are not just going on and off, especially nowadays when there's much more turmoil in the sea with El Nino and every other kind of development in terms of ecological change. It's quite interesting to see how you can hang up. So she makes these huge pieces of cloth of 30, 40 meters, hangs them in the sea, and picks up the tides, the movement of the water, and turns that into a composition also. That's what music can do, yeah. It's very insightful, of course, because this is not something that we normally can grab. Talking about the undercurrents in that sense.
So my presentation is named The Liquid Landscape of Our Situation, and I will start with one quotation of Karl Marx, maybe not very expected, about that the man makes their own history, but not under the circumstances chosen by themselves, but the circumstances transmitted from the past. So I will try rhetorically to reformulate this into the context of our topic today. So what are the circumstances transmitted from the past when we talk about the Earth? And there are two authors that I would like to refer to. The first, Jan Zalasiewicz, who actually talks about the humanities and the rapid development of the humanities and how it resulted with the traces of its own activities, traces, components of bricks, of plastic, of steel. So actually what he claims that the human impact is so big, so it influences the earth processes, but also it influences what is very interesting, for example, rock formation. You mentioned about the rock and Spinoza previously. So the second is Thomas Neo, who's working in the field of humanities. Jan Zalasiewicz is a geologist. And Thomas Neo talks about the humans that are geological, atmospheric, and hydrological agents, which are included in all the earth processes, which are increasingly in flux. So what I'm trying to do here, argument that I'm making, is that when we're thinking about the earth, we must consider this anthropogeomorphological dynamic behind the trajectories of the earth to certain extent, or to the great extent, is influenced by the man influence. So Jan Zalasiewicz is so very famous that with the two other scientists, Paul Crusen and Igor Stormare, they provided the evidence of the human epoch, Anthropocene, which was declared 24 years ago, where the man is a main agent of these new trajectories of the earth. But there's a lot of criticism against the Anthropocene, mainly because it's a very general, that overlooks the specific context. For example, the paper of Demos against the Anthropocene, or Moore, his book about the capital Sen, or when we talk about the Anthropocene in this general sense, it overlooks how, for example, these trajectories are linked to the patterns of power, to the capital, to the production decisions, to the geopolitical inequalities of conditions such as energy poverty. For that reason, what I'm suggesting is this landscape of our situation, landscape, for example, I'm still in this theoretical ground. So it's a line of the reasoning of Bruno Latour when he pointed about the critical zones. Term again took from the geosciences, but the landscape is a much more near to visual arts. It means some kind of the fragmentation, some kind of the part of the land, and it means something which is very linked to the precise context we are living through. And it addresses the local, let's say, challenges, and somehow it's challenge some kind of the more very precise ethical responsibility. So somehow the landscape escaped this hyper-generalization, or if you want, like Timothy Morton put it, hyper-objects, the earth, the globe, the nature, etc. I'm going a step further, and this is a hydrological map of the country of Macedonia. And I will refer to some empirical contexts. I conducted research 2 years ago, coordinated research, landscape of anxiety, that resulted with the exhibition together with my colleagues here, Denis Raginovsky, Nikola Zunovsky, and many others. But some of the images that I will show, actually, Denis Raginovsky made it. And we visited a different parts of the country, actually to search for the landscape and to what degree this anthropogeomorphological, or here if we talk about the liquid landscape, this anthropohydrological impact of the man, to what extent is present. So for example, these are liquid formation located in the eastern part of the country. And these are made as a result of the mines and the result of the flotation waste. So this is somehow the, let's say, a liquid landscape which is pure anthropohydrological. And for example, the surface of the landscape. But also there's a tailing piles like this, like dams, and there were several eco-catastrophes that happened there. So when this liquid landscape actually polluted the river, it's very insignificant now to mention the names of the river and the town which is very near to this mine, but contaminated the whole area. So this is a kind of the, let's say, liquid landscape that we are witnessing. The second one is that we visited, is call it Black River, and it's located in the central of the country, the central part of the country. Actually, again, the story is the very same. As a result of this anthropomorphological or hydrological impact, actually the biodiversity of the river is completely diminished. Or in this presentation, maybe the next one, the Prespa Lake, Nikola Zunovsky made one project about this topic, Prespa Lake, which is actually the water is in a very significant rate, it's shrinking as a result of the climate change, but again of the human activities like agriculture, etc. So actually I'm follow up on the point that I made when I discussed it a bit theory, where when we talk about the landscapes, when we talk about the liquid landscape of our situation, we talk about that everywhere actually the human presence or human agency is present to some degrees. So the third about the art, which is let's say main focus of this conference, and actually I will refer to the lesson get to read, which are main references in this introduction that Rick read at the very beginning. So, and their concept of deterritorialization. So, how, for example, we can implement this concept, because there are many definitions. They put these concepts in the relation to the art. They name it art as absolute deterritorialization. Also, deterritorialization, they explain it into the relation with the familiar concept like territorialization or reterritorialization, but how we can use this act of deterritorialization over these liquid landscapes. So again, I will mention this project Landscape of Anxiety, and something that I made in the collaboration with the ecological organization from Veles. I dislocated slack here, very insignificant amount of slack into the gallery space. So, however, I can interpret this in the spite of this insignificant amount of the slack, but we'll interpret this as a kind of the act of deterritorialization. So, the third point about the exhibitions. So just I wonder, what if from all these parts of the liquid landscape actually we transport examples of this liquid landscape into the gallery spaces, to transform the gallery not like a platform for representation, but platform for information, platform for discussion, and rising awareness around these points. Thank you.
So if I heard it correctly, you said something about a hydrological agent. What exactly is a hydrological agent?
Sorry? Okay.
What exactly is a hydrological agent, if I heard it correctly?
What is exactly? Okay, yes, the man. Yes, the humans.
Oh, just the humans are all hydraulic.
This liquid formation is somehow generated by the human activity. Quality of this liquid formation. If you want, because in a great extent, what I presented now, it's based on our prominent scholar, who is working in the field of chemistry. So he made this analysis, part of the analysis and part of the evidence that I'm using in this presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think the liquid landscapes you talked about of Macedonia are different from the rest of the world? Are there some unique aspects? Is it influenced by the political situation, maybe?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I mentioned that, for example, something that's crucial is, let's say, the geopolitical inequalities, energy poverty, and somehow because some regulation which are present in the, for example, in the countries of European Union are not present here. So the environment is not well protected as in the countries of the European Union. So for that reasons, we must take into considerations this geopolitical context. And for example, there are many studies that reported that here most of the citizens are on the level of energy poverty. That means that they cannot heat properly their homes, etc. So we must take why, for example, I started with that quotation. We must take into the consideration the circumstances, the conditions, the context. So for that reason, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Theomir. So we now have a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 12:40. We'll start with Alex Tai Kwang Lee from QE University in Seoul, Korea. Alex has been an important voice for a long time already in Korea, Asia, and also in the world. when it comes to rethinking Marxism, psychoanalysis, technology, but of course also rethinking Deleuze and Guattari. Has a center also for humanities and technology at his university, and is also a celebrity in Korea when it comes to media performances, contemporary and on academic debates. So very happy to have you here, and you will give a talk called The Earth as a Non-Objective World, and I will now plug this back and then we can start.
Okay.
So, Alex, floor is yours.
Okay, could you hear me? Thank you for being here, and then I'm really honored and pleased to be here. And then, yeah, audiences. Okay, just today I'm going to talk about a little bit quite old person, you know, Kazimir Malevich, and then his concept of a non-objective world. I think that concept is mostly quite influential to contemporary philosopher and then also contemporary art, you know, for instance, the Hitoshi style, and then, you know, many super, you know, the super actually popular and the famous artists is influenced by this concept, but they didn't reveal their source. I want to reveal and dig out. This is my methodology. It's a kind of archaeology, you know, to dig into the history, and then because partly I'm a Bergsonian, that's why, you know, I believe that the past is infinite, you know, and then future is limited. That means if you want to create future, you must get into the infinity of the past. No, it's just like that. I arrived in, you know, the Skopje, and I just visited the, you know, the famous central square. I saw that Alexander the Great statue. That is one of the way your people try to recreate, you know, the past. You know, that is actually okay. Just very important. The performance in you know, the secular or some high modernist way, whatever. But I don't think actually there is some clear distinction between high art and the popular culture. That's why we need to find out some common, share the link between high art and then this kind of popular culture. That is actually my task, and then this is my interest. So you know, the actually Malevich, you know, is a kind of, you know, the founder of Supermartist, and he's a leading figure in the Russian avant-garde. These days, not many people remember, you know, this movement, and also he was influenced by Russian Cosmism. And then Russian Cosmism actually still survive. You know that lots of spiritualism, and then even, you know, some recent the sci-fi actually the movie in the Netflix is a three-body problem. Is the original actual text is written by the, you know, the Chinese sci-fi writer, you know, Xin Xin. And then, you know, you can find out is the Yeo, Dr. Yeo in the, you know, the narrative. That means that novel, sci-fi novel, and then she actually believed that, you know, certain alien would come and then save the humanity, something like that. That is exactly the original idea from Russian Cosmism. You know, also this actually the remnant of this Cosmism, you know, still survive in Argentina, you know, and the Posadist, you know the Posadism. Have you heard that? Is that they actually like a leftist version of a Scientology. They still believe that the alien is communist, and that this communist will arrive to, you know, the Earth someday and save us. It's ridiculous, but actually this works because we have lots of, you know, similar. The idea, but in different language. For instance, you know, the Timothy Merton's, you know, hyper object. All right, that is a alien. You know, alien is actually a hyper object, and that means we don't know actually whether it exists or not. But we want to believe it exists, and then through that kind of perspective, we try to recreate the past. That is exactly, and then also it would, you know, the challenge this kind of Eurocentric, you know, the concept of temporality, all right, and then Many actually the contemporary the philosopher, one of my favorite is Deleuze and Guattari, and they also actually found out this kind of the powerful the challenge to the Eurocentric idea is and they found out the all Eurocentric idea is what rely on this kind of various the stubborn the conceptualization of temporality is a linear sense of temporality, and they challenge this one, and then actually this kind of linear sense of temporality is created by certain period of European history, so-called Enlightenment, all right? And then, actually, we have many, kinds of enlightenment. The Middle East enlightenment, the Chinese enlightenment, even Spinozist enlightenment. We have different, but now the Anglo-Saxon enlightenment is quite dominant. All right, is America, artificial intelligence, and then this is actually the artificial intelligence definitely realization of incarnation of the Anglo-Saxon enlightenment idea. Is robotic and calculable, actually everything could be actually mechanized. That means a machine would, replace ourselves. That is the idea. But what I want to actually, say that, but there might be some more, trend as which behind in the past, which actually challenge this kind of, the dominant idea of temporality, dominant idea of a world, even dominant idea of Earth and the environment and the human being. But a lot of these days, many people forgot this one. So I think what is the task of art, and then alongside with philosophy. Okay, Malevich was pioneering Russian avant-garde artist who founded the artist and the philosophical concept known as suprematism. All right. Everybody knows this one, even Wikipedia, recorded it very well. His idea of a non-objective world was central to his movement, this movement. According to Malevich, the non-objective world refers to realm or reality that transcends the physical objective world or material object and naturalistic representation. It means that he might be a first, artist who invented this idea. Art no longer actually the representation of nature. It doesn't mean actually some reflection on the object, but what? It must create the object, Then, so actually, very interesting, he made this sort of a blueprint. Left side is called, very interestingly, is the pure house for dwellers on the earth. Is the left side. It's a pure house. He actually designed, the pure house, and then like this. And the right side is he titled Cosmos and Canvas. So what does that mean? Is that he actually made some link between the way in which we live on the earth and then art, canvas and cosmos. So I think this is a very interesting idea, and then what I mean, actually, we can find out some root, of the contemporary thought, Russian avant-garde, is a forgotten actually origin of this idea. It doesn't mean actually we can restore this origin without any noise. It doesn't mean like that. What I mean is that we should get back to the context in which the Malevich, made this idea. And then actually 1920, something like that, is the avant-garde was actually culminated because of what? Is the Russian Revolution. Revolution is important. And then what we can actually repeat is that not the revolution as such, but the condition of revolution. That is the only way we can get back to the past. So here actually him is already explained that. And then according to him, art should move away from depicting or imitating the external world, and instead, sorry, it's a wrong spelling, and then instead tap into pure form and colors internal spiritual essence. Sounds very strange. What does that mean? What does art aim at? Creating. Of course, yes. According to Malevich, is pure. The form of art, pure form of art. Actually, it would, cause some kind of misunderstanding. Pure means singular and then simplified, or just one, something like that. But from the perspective of Spinoza and then Spinoza's idea, one is always plural. The pure means everything. is almost equal to the concept of nothing. Actually, the Rick and the Timur actually talk about the liquid and the water flow. Actually Sanskrit, the Indian the language, nothingness means water, right? And also it means Nuwa is night, is a black. It doesn't mean like nothing. It doesn't mean actually the absence. It means everything come together. So pure form of art means every kind of form is possible. That is exactly according to what is the Malevich is a meaning of art. In my opinion, he created a new concept of art, which actually is radically different from actually that sort of the Renaissance concept of art. Renaissance concept of art in the also traditional sense of art in Europe. Even in the non-European country like Asia, we also have that idea. Actually that art is always a representation of nature. But actually Malevich, in my opinion, as far as I know, actually the first guy who think about this one. And then, of course, this is connected to the new thinking of the earth. So and then he made this black square in 1915. The before Russian Revolution, he made this one. And then actually Russian Revolution came up, right? And that means actually the Russian Revolution didn't happen, didn't take place alone. It didn't actually, manipulated by Lenin and the Bolshevik. But this idea is Malevich, presented already, prepare the condition of Russian Revolution. That means what? The total pure form of the earth, or non-objective the world. That means you can create anything. That means actually established the world could be what? Fading away. If you actually recreated something. That is what I want to say. So here in Malevich, I quoted this text from the Malevich's famous the essay, but actually this essay was published in the catalog. His exhibition, his first exhibition was actually organized by some curator in Berlin, 1920. And then he actually wrote this essay for his exhibition and showed it. So what is the important thing is that this one, so the artistic pictorial conception based upon feeling of linear, two-dimensional and spatial phenomena is not supported on the intellectual understanding of utilitarian relationship of these phenomena. It is non-objective and subconscious and viewed from an intellectual standpoint, continues, as it were, a blind, uncontrollable norm. Is unconscious. Actually, if you prepare this concept, unconscious level, is art would actually works. So this is very important. I think the first, the statement, the defining actually the art, from the quite different perspective from the different perspective from the actual tradition of art. Here is might be called the avant-garde. And then, so here actually from this perspective, I want to argue about our Earth, okay? The material planet and the vessel or embodiment of a non-objective world, it could be Earth, right? And the manifestation of the transcendent supramatist reality, and then a concrete representation or expression of that higher non-objective reality, a pure non-objective world that transcends physical territories and geographic boundaries. And the primordial Urwelt, this is my concept, is a Urwelt, that means a kind of pure world, the condition of the actual current world. Urwelt, that resists reduction into the objective constructs of nation, borders, and the mapped lands. What I mean actually that the earth is kind of pure form of a life, beyond this kind of nation state or geographical division, any kind of ideological, the sectarism. is the Earth is always there, and then it's kind of infinite source, right, through which we can rethink what we have today. Is politics, culture, and art. And according to Malevich, art is the weapon, by which we can recreate, continuously this new form of the Earth. And the Earth is, in this sense, pure object. That means actually non-objective world. All right. So and then that's why I introduced this concept, palimpsest. You know that this is actually the document is a rewrite. You actually removed, erased the one you written, and then actually like a textile. Very actually accidentally, I'm in the middle of this exhibition. A kind of textile, and then you can rewrite, the continuously, and then you erase, this what you written, and then you can rewrite on the the surface. That is actually the palimpsest. This is actually we can from this perspective we can understand why actually the Malevich tries to say actually the Earth could be actually recreated the continuously as the non-objective the world. So actually I think I can finish. So this one, the surface of the Earth itself can be viewed as a vast palimpsest upon which the human constructs of nation, borders, and territorial division have been continuously inscribed and reinscribed over time. This is our history, And then Earth might be some kind of palimpsest, And then Walter Benjamin actually also influenced by this Russian avant-garde, and he actually made this fantastic the definition of history is against the lineal concept of temporality. History is the subject of construction whose society is not homogeneous, empty time, but time pulled by now time, jet is a here and now. That is actually that means that history doesn't have that kind of lineal, the lineal process, but kind of a break, event, right? It comes up, and how we can actually create this event. This, of course, is creating a new Earth, all right? This is what actually I love. The website is echoing this concept. Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari issue a clarion call for the active creation of a new Earth, one that is not merely discovered, but willed into being through a perpetual revolutionizing how we contextualize and construct our historical narrative. So I want to show you actually the very, then to finish my talk. So you can see actually the where they play the music. Of course, the music is very similar to what Rick showed. The Minji Kim's one is it's not the music, it's like a ritornel in the Deleuze and Guattarian sense. It's a rhythm of the cosmos, all right? They try to actually play that. And then they also, the work is inspired by the Benjamin's concept of what is that? Is that the two kinds of the artwork, the two kinds of value in artwork. That is one is a ritual value and then exhibition value, and they try to show that the ritual value of work of art here, and then this site is what originally is an oil tank in the actual middle of Seoul, actually in the Korean capital. You can see that it was an oil tank, but they try to rewrite that meaning of the place on the surface of this the location. There's a very interesting actually the work of art, and then I think it showed that how we can recreate the Earth in terms of the kind of pure concept of art. All right, thank you very much.
Lots of questions.
Thank you very much. I think it's really interesting how you are bringing back, recovering, like resuscitating, Malevich. Nowadays, that the artificial intelligence generated images are kind of perpetuating a kind of hyper-realism again. So it's again going back to the fascism of representation and the fundamentalism of representation, right? So I think it's very revolutionary also to go back to Malevich. But I think, well, we have to also remind that it was not Malevich who actually, maybe he was a shifting point, but it was the Romanticism who actually started with neoclassicism, which was also another type of fascism of representation. And what the innovation of Romanticism was the sensuous. I think that was also revolutionary in that time. What I have, and I think that's also really important in also to grasp all these relations, between species, between environment, between materialities and science, because somehow the black square, it's a total cancellation of representation because there's this understandable historical situation. But I think the black square, or like this kind of geometrical basic object, force you to think in a meta level, so transcend the, whereas somehow it also erases the sensuous. At least to me, it's a very aseptic images, no, or very geometrical, etc. So I just wanted you to maybe elaborate on that, because at the end of the day, again, going back to Guattari says that it's not anymore about whether figuration or abstraction is a language that talks or represents better reality, but about how this artwork transforms subjectivity or produces subjectivity. So, thank you.
Can we combine the questions? Yeah, because there's more.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation and recalling Malevich. And yes, I wanted also to say something about figuration, because I think that this term somehow helps us here. But yeah, of course, the avant-garde, in particular Russian one, was very much about the new art for the new man. Yes, and in fact, figuration, as Christian said, figuration is very much about producing art form. So yeah, representation is not important anymore, but it's still very much about the world. And I think that abstract art somehow also tells us a lot about the world, and I think that you wanted to express it in your presentation. Thank you very much for that.
There's 3 people on a row again.
I'm curious, what do you think was the relationship of Malevich with the subject of death? He directed the funeral of Sergei Eisenstein, the director poisoned by Stalin. It was all in white, and his coffin was in white. So is it from those elements that you said, eternity, blackness, beginning, or rebirth, perhaps water, that you said it means, because water can mean rebirth because it's a female element, and life originates from water, I think.
We have a short question. So you said that the past is infinite and the future is limited, but I also saw that you said that you can view the Earth as a palimpsest that can be endlessly reconceived. So doesn't that also make the future infinite? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you clarify it?
So maybe I understand it incorrectly, but so isn't if you can reconceive the Earth endlessly, just as many times as you want. Doesn't that also make the future infinite? So it's not limited, but also infinite like the past? Okay.
So you talked a lot about the role of art and the objective world. What do you think is the role of science or scientific research? The role of scientific research, the object of scientific research is world, I guess. But if the world is non-objective, how does that work?
Okay, sorry about that. As what I want to actually focus on by rereading Malevich is that, the art without the algorithm. And now actually today's artificial intelligence much more creative than human being. I'm a little bit against that kind of human-centered idea. Human being is creative and the machine is not creative. No, I don't think so. Creativity is not that kind of mystical one. Artificial intelligence could imitate our creativity. That is very Hegelian dialectic, all right? That's why we need a Spinoza, actually not like, the progressive and linear process, that is an algorithm, but actually what Malevich, as far as I understand, try to find out, even in Russian avant-garde, and then, would give us that kind of a new concept of art without algorithm. That is a very interesting actual idea I found. And then another one is, okay, just to respond to you. A lot of people still believe that Russian avant-garde was, suppressed by Stalin and then disappeared. No, actually, within Russia, it might be suppressed and disappear. But outside Russia, very influential, in Paulus and Paul Benjamin. And the 1960, the French philosophy, they didn't mention because reading, the Frankfurt school like Benjamin was prohibited. Kurancia told me that their teacher didn't allow students to read, the German philosopher in those days. That it didn't disappear, all right? Russian avant-garde still survive, and then in different form of the thought is always come again. The respond to the infinite future. Okay, just the one we have today is definitely what is the continuation of the past, all right? The present, there is no present, all right? And then when, Paul Benjamin said, the history is, the kind of, the enrollment of the continuous infinite entrance of Messiah in now and here, when he said that, is a break, is an event. If you want to create the future, you must break with the present. That is actually recreation of the past. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward. Irena Czaurilska is professor at the University of Gdansk, director for the Center for Polish Language and Culture. She was a visiting professor also in Toronto recently, for the past year, and is working a lot on swamps and especially on the way this works from a Slavic perspective. So I'm very interested to hear your talk.
It works. Can you hear me? That's great. I hope I will do this. Thank you for having me. Thank you for invitation. And when we think about the ecological catastrophe, we very often think about melting glaciers. We very often think about rainforest in Amazonia. And somehow we don't think about it, what is beneath our feet. And from my perspective, so from Slavic perspective, I'm so bad. Most of you had the maps and I don't have, but hopefully you know a bit somehow close to Christina. You saw Warsaw somewhere there, so Poland is in the Central Eastern Europe. So it is my perspective, but Slavic a little bit also broader. So when I was thinking about the land, the homeland, and about the landscape in terms of climate change and climate catastrophe, the swamp seemed to be ideal, as it is our perspective. I'm from Mazury, it is the region in Poland, very much about marshes, very much about wetlands, and about the swamp. Yeah, so the worst one, I would say. And that's why today we'll say a bit about resensing swamp life, as it is, as I think also in terms of our situation here and now, super important to resense it. So, what we can think about swamps is that this is something that frightens us, and we very often connect swamps with, of course, living things, because we sense somehow, or we meet that some life is going on there, but it is very often for us the phenomenon on the border between life and death, and hybrid of water and the land that also Rick talked a lot in his talk. But it is the hybrid of water and land full of mud, and this mud somehow frightens us. The term swamps, of course, belongs to the family of wetlands. Wetland is the most general here, so we have a lot of them. Oh, it's, yeah, the typo here, sorry. Marshes, bogs, mires, fens, mangroves, meadows, and all of them refer to the gray zones that are, of course, between the land and the water. And of course, this term can be considered a metonym that is attributed to variety of many transitional ecosystems and functions. And of course, we all know that a lot of politicians, they like to use this term in terms of our communities and social lives, so this term is very much charged with cultural and political symbolism. So, drain the swamp, Donald Trump used this term a lot during his campaign in 2016, and even someone referred to Wikipedia, and that there was the glossary and the term was very well prepared there and introduced. So we also can find this drain the swamp on the Wikipedia, and it's a huge article there about it that teaches us also somehow how many politicians uses this word. Of course, drain the swamp, it was super important thing when we didn't know how wetlands are important to survive on the earth. Yeah, so it's for sure the term that is charged with many cultural symbolism. But it can also be, as it is a transitional ecosystem, very much transitional, the vessel for our imagination. And of course, pop culture teaches us a lot about that. We can somehow recall, each of us, the text of culture or whatever that refers to the swamp. From detective stories to tales, we have swamps everywhere, in Shrek, in The Princess and the Frog, and in many detective stories. So swamp is a metonym for a variety of transitional ecosystems and functions, but it's also a milieu of symbiotic relationships, as many of them go there on the swamps. Or it is, of course, the locus of imagination that somehow can foster the dialogue of possible futures. So swamps are not only sinks for carbon, but also, as said, vessels for our imagination. So they can be, but still they are very much unknown. And here we have a few examples from the Oxford Dictionary what sensing and resensing can be. So if we say in English, it sounds very good. If I think about Polish or French, it doesn't sound so good. So in English we can do this play with this word. I mean, sensing is understanding, sensing is meaning, sensing is sight and hearing, sensing is also feeling, but sensing is also the normal state of mind. So resensing would be re-understanding, re-meaning, re-seeing, re-hearing, re-feeling the swamp. A lot of work before us. But yeah, super important to answer the question and try to think of that, how we can transform our experience of the swamp, this one that we have, this one that is the effect of our stereotypes, of our fears, of the stories that we know maybe from our childhood, as I have, for instance. Also, it was the threat from my grandmother when I was the kid. She's now 103, so yeah, the lady in some age. And she was always saying that I shouldn't go to the water by myself because there is the monster with the ropes instead of his hair, and for sure he can do something bad to me. So I think that some of you heard similar stories from your parents, grandparents, or relatives. So this fear somehow that maybe accompanies us, we have to somehow think of that and how in the age of Anthropocene, in the age of catastrophe, how to transform our experience of the swamp to produce somehow more engaging and more meaningful encounter beyond the shock of ecological catastrophe. And echoing and following her here, of course, the Deleuzian thought that many of you recalled here, no distinction between what we can feel of the swamp and what we can know of them can be made here. Any characteristically modern divides between the sensible and the intelligible come to be fused and erased, of course. So it seems to be super important to position ourselves within this turbulent landscape, of course, when we recall these draining issues and all of these stories around it, how this turbulent landscape requires a taking hold again and to pose a lot of epistemological questions. And my thought figure for today, and not only for today, is something very much Slavic. It's the Triglav. Alex, you recalled here past, present and future with all of the limits, and Triglav can be a lot about it, somehow connecting past, present and the future. But this Serbian Triglav, a three-headed deity pictured very often as a large tree, was supposed, of course he was a god, so he was supposed to link heaven, earth and the underworld, of course. And for me, it is the concept to think with. It is the image of the living ecological system that constantly changes from the undergrowth, a lot of going on there in terms of swamps, and water, ice, leaves, trees, insects, and of course, sky. And yeah, now two texts of. I thought it's the end of the sound, but not. I would like to recall two stories, maybe not stories, two texts of culture. One is from the Bizarre Stories by Olga Tokarczuk. It is the writer that received the Polish writer that received the Nobel Prize in 2018. And I would like to refer to one of her bizarre stories, Green Children, that is very much about the swamp. And the whole story is very much built on the changes of the environment and the swamp life place where the character. No sound? Yes, it's the sound. Where the characters, they have their life. But what is important here and what I'd like to refer to is the figure of narrator that is an eccentric. That means he goes beyond the centers. And he's from Scotland originally. It's the 17th century, and he works, he serves to the king, John Casimir. So his job is, of course, to be the doctor of the king, and they travel together. Of course, the king travels, and they travel to the east. They travel to the Ukraine, and earlier, of course, it was the part of Poland, and they travel to the land of swamps. With foreign customs, with violence. He is very much afraid of that. He is eccentric. He goes beyond the center, many years in Paris, that he considers as the center of the world. And all of a sudden, he has to go to the super weird land, and he is afraid that he will die because of the coldness of the northern land, and as Descartes did when he went to Sweden, and he of course recalls to Descartes, he refers to Descartes and his story that, oh my God, he did that. He went to the north and he died there, so for sure this swampy life will kill me. But okay, I'm the servant, I have to go. And many things happens there. They meet green children that are from the land that is near to the swamp. Yeah, okay. And in the end, he is super happy. He stays there for a couple of months, but in the end he is super happy to come back to the center from this super weird land that frightened him a lot. Okay, and here is, because all of the people from there, they escaped and they went to this weird land on the swamps. He is only one that stayed there, I mean this narrator, this main character, and he is super happy when he can come back to the center from this weird land and from this last circle of the world. He is super happy to return to the center of the world that is filled with the meaning, because swamps and peripheries, there is no meaning there. And I wanted to show you one more example of the work of art. It is Barrel Barrel. Barrel Barrel itself means the swamp. It's immersive installation that was made by Danish artist Jakob Kutz-Stinsen, and it was named after the ancient Slavic word for the swamp. So also the origin of Berlin, because it refers to Berlin. Yeah, and I think that we have no time to show the short movie. Okay, we can try. Not sure if it works.
Jacob's exhibition matches everything LAS stands for. The past with the future, art with the latest technology and science.
Bell is a virtual environment that brings back to life lost sensibilities and perspectives on wetlands and swamps.
Okay.
My conversation with LAS to make this artwork, Bell, started through a conversation with curator Emma Enderby. We started talking about 2 years ago about environments that could be interesting to work with. And I came up with the idea of working with wetlands. The reason that I've been working with wetlands is that normally when we think about climate change and
Okay, maybe it's enough for now because we have to move forward. So yeah, maybe our task is just to sing the song for the swamp. Thank you very much.
Questions from the audience? Thank you very much, Irina.
Thank you for the inspiring talk. And then, yeah, to my impression, swamp located in the boundary, between the land and water. It means that it might be neither, land nor water. It's a kind of a third, the zone. And what do you think about it? There's a swamp. That means actually that's why actually your grandmother would describe something in the swamp as a monster. Monster, neither life nor the thing, and then mostly because little monster. And then a swamp is actually would be represented in such a figure, as a monstrous figure. But actually, it would be actually kind of function as or serve as the condition of all the life, and then some kind of some anything on this earth. Yeah? That's actually my impression.
I should wait, I guess.
Okay.
Hi, it was interesting to hear that the thing you mentioned of the gray area between the land and the water. And I also think there is another gray area between the living and the non-living entities. And the swamp is actually a place where first life was born. So many people sometimes forget that because it's believed that the first single-celled organisms were born in anaerobic and thermophilic places. So it's like the swamp. And sometimes we forget about the minerals that are in the swamp. I don't know, what do you think about that? How much that actually makes difference for the life to be born in the swamp, like the minerals and the structure from the earth that comes to the swamp?
I just want to add up something. Thank you for your talk. Really interesting how you talked about the more monstrous perception of the swamps, and I think what is monstrous, I would believe it's also that it's dirty, right? I mean, I don't know how is it in Pol. I'm just going to move here. If you look at the map, if you look at the airports that are being built across the world, most of them are built on wetlands. And I don't know, when I was a kid, your parents would be, don't go to the wetlands because there are mosquitoes. And not only mosquitoes, but there are like, and I think this is precisely what is monstrous, that it's, in the wetlands, there is like an orgy of animals, of a species. There's like a multitude of a species, and I think that's also what's threatening also. It threatens our understanding, it threatens also our anthropocentrism, so it threatens many things, and I think that's what's really monstrous, the dirt and the multi-species entanglement. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could add one line to this, I've been really quiet, of course I want to jump in all the time, but I do think there's a nice link also between what you said about Malevich and about the swamps, the relation to modernity, because we've been quite kind of well, it's time to rethink our anthropocentrism, and which comes down very nicely to this whole idea of drain the swamp, which is super modern idea of let's get rid of all the kind of the unwanted and unclear lands and turn them into nice human-centered worlds. At the same time, it's also interesting to look at Malevich, kind of who's the main representative of modernism, who in the end also talks about spiritualism and about kind of letting these kind of non-human voices become part of the story. So I like the fact that we talk of the modern times in very different ways and show that this is going on at the same time. So at the same time there was Malevich saying we should have a more spiritual, more than objective look at the world, and at the same time there's this drain the swamp ideal which is all over the world, as in all airports are born there. In the Netherlands we've gotten rid of all swamps, which is very bad.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of monsters, there are a lot of them in our folk tales. So I think that all of these stories are with us because just the landscape was frightening and unknown for people many ages ago. And in the end, they created so many stories about it, so many folk stories. So you know, all of these monsters that, for instance, in Polish, it's utopiec, so it is the saint person, or Morianas, or Rusalkas. There are so many stories about it, and in each culture, I was conducting such workshop in a few places in the world, and for instance, Canadians, they were telling super interesting stories, folk stories about alligators and crocodiles. So these are their monsters. We have other monsters. So what is monsters there? I think that the landscape itself, because it can be really frightening somehow, and all of these stories we have behind it that somehow live with us. And in terms of the life there, so of course the life and the death, this is what is super interesting with swamps, and that the life comes from the decay. And all of these processes, fermentation processes, it is also super interesting how on fermented stuff there is a new life that can grow. Yeah, thank you.
Toshida, the last proper talk of today. Yeah, you can do this.
All right. This.
Professor Toshida Ueno was a student of Guattari.
No. Not student. Just I met.
You met him, yeah, okay. But we're all very jealous of that, of course. A professor at Wako University in Tokyo, Japan. Wrote an awful lot on literary theory and on cultural critique. Is also a DJ next to this. And spends the summers in Amsterdam, which I, of course, like. So, Professor Ueno will talk about archipelagic thinking on floating watersheds and sunk lands.
All right. Thanks again to Mir and Rick, organizing this conference and providing me this occasion. So my talk is about, I would address Felix Guattari, whom I met in the 80s when I was young, and Edouard Glissant, French and Martinique writer and a friend of the Felix Guattari, and also he's having an idea of the archipelago. And the third person, Kobo Abe, is a novelist in Japan. He already died. Rather than Kawabata Yasunari or rather than Kenzaburo Oe, he should be given a Nobel Prize. but he died earlier. Actually, you can have many English translation of the Abe Kobo. Yes. Concerning archipelago, oh, strange. Archipelago is not just a swarm of islands. Even continental also island in a certain sense. It's strange. The common ground on the platform is always under the water. Poets recognize and would bring in their light what was concealed under the surface. This is Grisson's from quotation. In 1959, Abe Kobo published the book titled The Inter-Iced Age. 1959, he already addressed artificial intelligence and the computers that predicted Japan would sink, or all continents on the globe would sink because of the climate change and the environmental crisis. It is incredible. They said, people said, it is first science fiction in Japan. Now later on, Japan Sinks. There's also the pretty famous movie and the novel. This is entertainment and the science fiction, 1973. Obviously, the Komatsakyo, the author of the science fiction, was inspired by Inter-Iced Age 4. Kobo Abe, also famous with the author of The Woman in the Dune. Now, with my student with the seminar, in my seminar, I recommend my student to read Abe Kobo, The Woman in the Dune, and watch again the movie of the Dune, and also reread Frank Herbert Dune, which also address and treat ecological issue. So, for me, Kobo Abe is very important. Why? He became the friend Felix Guattari in the 80s. And at that time, Felix Guattari was living quite in the neighborhood, almost the same apartment with Edouard Glissant. And close to the end of his life, Kobo Abe was interested in the creolization of the culture and Creole language in Martinique or Brazil, other places. I'm sure he was inspired by some talk with Felix Guattari. So this is my project, rereading Felix Guattari in terms of the notion of the archipelago or archipelagic thinking. In the 1950s, there are so many small circles, small tribes, groupuscule in the Guattarian term, and small groups which engaged with making a movie, making a poetry, making a theater play, along with leftist politics and the social movement concerning the industrial pollution and so on. So for me, those resources, historical fact, we can use those history as a tactical resource for future, for potential our gesture or posture for cosmopolitics or ecosophy and ecologies. So Abe Kobo was a film, also he made a film on the Women in the Dune with Teshigawara. Based on that, I started to think about archipelago. There are so many mushroomed, you know, the small groups on the cultural activism in the 50s and the 60s. Later on, which became the new left student, it's related to the new left student movement. So for me, the notion of archipelago is a kind of assemblages, right? It's not just bricolage. Assemblages always include heterogeneous moment and not just montage, like orchid and wasp in Drew's Guattarian sense. So the archipelago, always it presupposes some kind of sunk part under the water, common ground, common place. But on the surface of the water, completely separated different things. So in that sense, for me, an archipelago is very useful and helpful and tactical for understanding the land and the ground in the new perspective. So for me, even urban scapes can be interpreted as archipelago. Of course, mangrove, banyan trees can be understood or interpreted as a kind of the real model of rhizome. And then for me, since long time, more than 30 years, 25 years, every summertime I'm spending in Amsterdam. And for me, Amsterdam is a kind of the piles of the networks of the small islands, archipelago. Probably for Dutch people, it sounds crazy, but New York City or the many crucial big cities always along with the river and the water. In fact, the urbanity established with watershed. Archipelago can also be in the land and even the mountainsides from different perspectives. It can be said watershed exists everywhere. Living world is always held through the omnipresent dynamics of the border waters. The land always has a shoreline and is constituted by infinite numbers of fragments of the watershed. So in Japan, Satoyama is a vicinity island. We can see the Satoyama everywhere in the suburb. But in this picture, in the photograph taken by the Miyawaki Shintaro, one of the contemporary photographer, this is really deep mountainside. 4 hours from the major city in Shikoku. Shikoku is the South Island, the big island. And then at least 4 hours we should drive from airport, from the city. So for me, those escapes, he concerned with the mist, water in the air, mist. This Satoyama is pretty famous with the mist. But we talked a lot about, he also interested in the peninsula islands, archipelago. He also organizing a bookshop. His bookshop name is Sorrow, but double meaning, Henry David Thoreau, twist, sorrow, S, and T.H. Thoreau. He made a kind of the poem. So this is also the assemblages and also the effect of the language or rhetoric as archipelago for me. So one of the artists I recommend, Miyawaki Shintaro. Then archipelago, we can, many parts of the living world, we can see the different type of the archipelago in the land, in the mountainside, even in shoreline, repetitive. So that's why the Glissant was interested in the fractal and the complexity and the chaos to address, in order to address the shorelines, how this is self-reproductive and self-repetitive. This is also related to chaos theory, in which Guattari deeply interested, as you know. Even in the biological, cell and the membrane, we can use the term islands or archipelago. Yeah, this is obvious if you read Lee Margulis, biologist Lee Margulis' writing, you can find out. Yeah, this is Shintaro's the photo. And then this archipelago is, in fact, this is a peninsula in big peninsula in the Shikoku. On the edge, there's a nuclear power plant. So to reach there, the big road, but each village is so isolated. We should drive a lot. So already in poetics of the relation, Edward Glissant, in the end of his book, he addressed the Chernobyl nuclear crisis. As you know, the Felix Guattari, why Felix Guattari wrote 3 ecologies. 1986 is the impact of the nuclear, the crisis, catastrophe influences Guattari a lot. And also the Glissant, almost the same period of the time, he used the term planetary consciousness and how, nuclear crisis, disasters afford us the occasion of the thinking in planetary thinking. That was his conclusion, Glissant's conclusion in those days. So somehow, Shintaro Miyawaki, he was interested in such type of the link. We talked, he's just a photographer, he's not a theoretician, but he could understand, this contextualization or articulation of the notion of archipelago. This is also his work. Sea, and also in the Satoyama vicinity mountain is a kind of the intermediary zone and the blur zone between the wilderness and artificial or human constructed parts. So that's why in Japan nowadays, not only raccoon, this is safe, more or less safe, but bear, everywhere, even suburb in the Hokkaido or north parts of Japan, frequently the very violent bear appeared just because, Japan lost a lot of the Satoyama, kind of the intermediary zone between the wilderness, nature, and constructed part and the artificial part. So we should recontextualize land and the sea, water and the ground, island and the continent. We cannot choose either, the one side. We should think about chaosmosis between both. You know what I mean? Archipelago is good, continental is more imperial, is conquering, is not so good. This is so simple. If I were still in the context of the post-colonial discourse, probably I could say, but now more planetary idea, especially how to combine the art, expression, performance with conceptual, speculative philosophy and the thinking. We demand, we think somehow intermediary zone and also the chaosmosis between the two sides and the context and the scene. That's I was thinking. This is another artist, Kenjiro Okazaki. He's pretty famous. He's also very conceptual. Painter, sculptor, and also he influenced very much Karatani Kojin Karatani, and the kind of the communist or the socialist, I don't know, speculative communist in Japan. Karatani doesn't have the good knowledge on the scheme for art, modernism in art, or some other thing like Malevich. And then always Okazaki provided some crucial idea, the radical ideas. And then Okazaki has been also interested and organized so many alternative pedagogy of the contemporary art. He never had a job as a professor in a university, always independent. Some of you remember 20 years ago, any conference on architect, and Jacques Derrida and many American translators of the Deleuze Guattari engaged with that conference, almost 10 years, decade they spent. So he was also the one of the brain. So how Akira Sada, Isozaki Arata, postmodernist in Japan, and also Karatani Kojin, and the communist and the socialist, speculative communist, was inspired by Okazaki. So the Okazaki's work quite widespread. You could see, the very authentic type of the conceptual art, and the big painting, and also public art. But recently, a couple of years ago, he had a stroke. He had no problem to make sculpture or the paint. But still, those pictures he tried to make, and he tried to write also the speculative discourse. So I can raise two artists, and my idea on archipelago as assemblages. So that's it.
Thank you, Toshiya. Are there some questions from the audience? Planetary consciousness. Yeah.
Thank you for the sharing, your idea with us, and then, archipelago, according to Sang, he tried to rewrite history from the perspective of archipelago rather than, continent. And then, but he also, said, as all continent, also island. It's because it's surrounded by the ocean and the sea, So, could you actually elaborate that link between the kind of archipelagic, the thinking, and then that kind of, I think from the planetary perspective, you can say that even the continent would be an island. Could you elaborate that?
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I can say the recent American studies. You can check American studies book. Nowadays, it's a kind of the buzzword, which is archipelagic thinking. And even the continent is archipelago. The United States or the American continent as such, there are so many watersheds. And like Satoyama many Satoyama have the watershed and the water lines. So nowadays, it's a kind of the general understanding, even the American continent as archipelago. But already you remember Gary Snyder's the famous environmental poetry, Turtle Island, based on the imagination by the Native American. So the American continent as such is a big island, and the Turtle Island. So finally, English-speaking world, and especially American studies, anthropologies, they realize the significance of the concept of the archipelago. That is since 10 years or something, I think.
Thank you very much. Yeah, beautiful way to end a series of talks that all talk about ideas of the land, ideas of the earth, but at the same time, you give also so many examples, just like all the other readers, of how this is not so much a situated concept. It does not refer to Japan or Indonesia or any other archipelago. It's an idea of thinking which is somehow present everywhere, just like the uninhabited island is can be also the same in New York City.
Yeah.
I like this idea, and I think we should continue that also in the second part of the day. We will now have lunch. Do we have, how much time do we have for that, to meet this? 30 minutes? Yeah, okay. So we'll come back here at past, then we have a student presentation, and then we'll have some conceptual debates here. So I'll see you back in half an hour.
Hello everyone. Today we're going to talk about sonic reflections on the Anthropocene. This is also what our honors project is about. So it is about sound. It is pretty ironic that we have pictures in our first slide, but they were just too beautiful to not include them in our presentation. So I think it's best I introduce you to the team, so before we start on our presentation. So my name's Aaron. I study artificial intelligence at the University of Utrecht, together with Mario. Then we have Sven. He's our musicologist. He studies also at the University of Utrecht. And Adriaan. He studies liberal arts and science at the University of Utrecht. And today we're going to talk about sound.
Yes. So for our research seminar, we were allowed to choose a topic whatever we liked, but we didn't quite know what to do because we were with 4 different backgrounds. But Rick started us off with a book chapter from called Of the Refrain by Deleuze and Guattari. And we became interested in sound. So we believe today music is very much seen as a form of entertainment, and it got lost as like an art, and it's also not used in science much anymore. So in the 12th century, the first European universities came to be, and they based their curriculum on the 7 arts by Plato and Aristotle. And then our interpretation of this history is that further through music came out of the picture. Yeah, came out of the picture, and we wanted to investigate if we could do a little bit more of it. So our project is a proof of concept that music, sound and tones can be used in doing research, and can also be the subject of more research. For example, in my study of urban planning, my major, my experience is that when you observe, when you are doing field research, they want you to observe, but only with your eyes. So I have to write down how many houses I count and how many supermarkets I count, but I don't have to hear anything. If there were gunshots in the neighborhoods, nobody would know. So that's why we want more accent on sound in research. Then we also want to reflect on the Anthropocene and the ways human affect animal sounds. So for example, anthropogenic noise pollution has an effect on whales and the way they communicate, which affects the way they navigate the oceans. Then also they affect the prey and predator relationships, like noise pollution does. Noise pollution does that. And so that's like a milieu from Guattari and Deleuze, where, for example, noise pollution is like would be in a composition. It would be the key you write a music composition in, and so if you have noise pollution, suddenly the relationships between the notes, the relationship between the actors change, and the relationship between predators and prey change, because the prey really needs to have silence in order to anticipate that the enemies are coming. So because of noise pollution, they have less of a chance to notice them. So for our project, we went to the Hoge Veluwe. We recorded a lot of sounds there. And the same for here in Skopje, in Vodno and the MoCA Canyon. And we want to analyze it further. And then we also have an idea for an art end product. And we want to write a few essays on it.
Thank you, Adrian, for the introduction to our project. As you can see here, we have made a sort of mind map-esque sort of concept map, a la Deleuze, because it's in the middle you can see a potato, and a potato grows rhizomatically. Maybe we are not, of course, trained Deleuzians. We don't know their whole project, and maybe Deleuze will spit in our face if they saw this. But as you can see, we have a couple of concepts we are interested in our analysis. Adrian already mentioned, we read Of the Refrain by Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari. And you can see all the connections we made. There's also, we read works from Jacob von Uexküll. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but he was a old German biologist, and he provided an alternative account of biology, very controversial, anti-Darwinian. And his main concept is actually the Umwelt. And he says that every organism on this planet has its own perceptual world that surrounds it, that is defined by their perceptions and their ecological niche. And this perceptual world, this Umwelt, is also non-accessible by objective inquiry. So the sciences cannot know the lives of these animals and the perceptions they have. It's very opposed to Darwin, because of course Darwin really a mechanical account of animal life and their species. But I have to say this is a work in progress, so if you guys have any feedback on this, feel free to, or we can wait for after. Yeah, okay, that can wait for after, but keep in mind. Next slide. So now, here you see two pictures of when we went to the Hoge Veluwe. It's a big nature area in the Netherlands. It's all grasses, lakes, but there's not much height difference, no big hills or something, so there's no running water. So we found a nice still lake, and we recorded some sounds there. I think it's important to play it first.
Gewoon de microfoon erbij.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys have heard it clearly, but who can give me some answers for the birds and species we heard here? Any guesses? What we heard in the end is very interesting. Do you guys know which animal that is? Frog. Exactly. Exactly. It was too bad, because when we first arrived here, all the frogs were chirping, were making their sounds. It was really interesting, and it sounded like a whole, like a surround sound all around you, but we didn't record it. It was too bad. You also heard the birds, and when we go to Skopje slide. Yeah. So here you can see all two pictures. Down on the left is the MoCA Canyon, walks around it. And on the right side, a picture of Sven, our main audio guy, recording some sounds of the mountain. Funny thing, actually, he almost fell after this picture was taken, but luckily he survived. Now you can play the sounds. so a lot of birds also, but we've noticed that it feels more empty, it doesn't feel so overwhelming. But I think both of the sounds from Skopje and from the Netherlands are very harmonic, in a sense that the bird sounds, they're all reacting to each other, the frogs coming in the end, and also here, the bird sounds, they form a sort of harmony with counterpoints between them. Yeah, that was it.
Thank you. So our final product would be more art-based, as Adriaan already said. And it would be inspired by I Am Sitting in a Room. That's a composition made by Elvin Luchet. Thank you. I don't know if you are familiar with the concept, but I can explain a little bit about it. So he is sitting in this room. He's telling a story about what he is actually doing. And the sounds of the room resonate with the room itself. The sounds made in the room resonate with the room itself. And then specific frequencies get highlighted within this room. So I don't know if you already noticed it, but when I'm talking here, certain frequencies, well, my voice echoes, certain frequencies get highlighted here as well. That's something we want to try out. I can show you a little bit of the clip. I will skip through it. So it starts with him talking. Oh, wait, it should be at the start.
I regard this activity not so much as a demonstration of a physical fact, but more as a way to smooth out any irregularities my speech have.
So a little bit further, there, his voice will still be noticeable, but it's kind of abstract.
From the one you are in now, I am recording the sound of my speaking voice, and I am going to play it back into the room.
And then after half an hour of re-recording the same audio, it sounds like this. So there's not much of his speaking anymore. It's just an ambient sound. How can we implement our project in this idea? Well, we would do that by we recorded the animal sounds and by playing them in specific human-made rooms. So the frequencies resonate within the room, and you will get probably get a certain ambient sound like this. I wrote down about this. What I thought was interesting is to see how human spaces transform, and there my paper goes, transform and alienate non-human sounds. And that's what we wanted to try with doing this, I think.
So to close off, we have a couple of questions we want to ask you guys. So we can start at the first question. Which sounds do you find interesting from natural environments in your home country? Sir? Oh, yeah.
I find interesting, for example, the fact that the mountains from where you took the photograph from Vodno may not exist anymore because the dictator Nikola Gruevski wanted to make a ski Yes, and now the mountain may fall on city of Skopje, and nobody talks about it, not even in projects like this. And I wonder how come even the European Union sponsored projects like this are talking only about the consequences, not about the reasons of this, because ecological situation, ecological problems and environmental problems are consequences of the political war, of the hybrid war, and we have to stop the filthy money coming in it. And I wonder how, also for example, on that same mountain, the ex-president, he wanted to build a gas line from Russia, and then he used that for the elections, and then he said he never said, he lied that he wasn't for that. And there's so much corruption, and you know, Russia is using half of its budgets for 40 years already just for things like this, you know. And I'm worried about the young people like you, that they're not interested like this. Even in the oldest democracies in the world, we can see these tendencies that young people are becoming apolitical, like they want to have this like sort of hermetically closed environment, you know, in which they live and which they breathe. But I think this is wrong, because atmosphere of our planet is the same for everybody. And what do you think? Why did I think that we took the wrong path? And I wanted to ask you, as young people, why do you think it is so? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of the remarks. You know, the concept of the Umwelt by Uksku influenced deeply Heidegger. I don't think you have to read Heidegger, but Heidegger is so influential in the musicology as well. So, and also in Japan, there's an open-air party called off-tone, but futon means kind of the bed, and how can I say in English, mattress in the tatami, you know, room. So off-tone is a kind of the pum. You know, the open-air party, usually we dance very hard with a beat, but party called off-tone, based on ambient music. So the organizer and the musician and the DJ, the friend of mine, he's also crazy about recording and those kind of sound in a park, suburb, vicinity, mountains in the suburb, or even in the central Tokyo. So I can make some connection, you know, anytime. So I think it will be quite heuristic and tactical. And in the end, one more remark. Felix Guattari in Machinic Unconsciousness in middle of the 70s, he was crazy about ethology and animals, and also he addressed a lot tweeting of the bird. It's nothing to do with Twitter, just a tweet and the birds, and a significant signification. He tried to get out empire of the language, empire of semiology, empire of the structuralism. In that context, he addressed the animal ethology, especially birds and the sound tweeting. Thanks.
Thanks for your sharing this process. I guess it's like an ongoing process that will eventually end up in a installation, and some are maybe. One of my best friends, who is also like a sound artist, he always says that you know, music is not the same as sound. No, and it's actually a distinction that should be, I think, made, because we tend to like, you know, not have a clear-cut idea of actually what is the difference between the two, no? And yeah, just wanted to comment on what Toshia said, that it's It's a very interesting remark on how actually what Tori talked about the ethology as you know, as for instance sound. Sound is like a wave that transverses us, that changes through affects and percepts. And he talks about the need of seeing sound, for instance, for its capacity to pierce, to pierce the subjectivity, and so through this ethology of affects, actually, to de-anthropomorphize, you know, the human, and not only through ecologically themed projects, but also like from the very like art and sound itself. I was wondering when you showed this last remark about the natural. So you were asking us, do you have any like particular sound that you might find interesting in your natural environment? I wonder if you consider natural as being, you know, untouched, you know, natural landscapes, or I don't know. It can be like a park, a Vondel Park, for instance, which is. I would try to avoid the word artificial because it's, you know, it installs us into like a natural artificial binomium that I don't think it's interesting, but built, right? Built environment. So I wonder like how you perceive this, you know, difference between what is built and what is untouched or like not built. Thanks.
Okay, great project. You know, I'm very happy to see that. And I'm quite curious why you are quite interested in the sound, you know, sound, not the visual image, and then no any, you know, text, and then, you know, you're quite interested in the sound. And that is very interesting. Why? The sound cannot be, you know, mechanization. You know, actually you can find out some, you know, going back to the artificial intelligence issue, all right? There is a convoluted net, you know, the CNN. The convoluted net is actually beginning of in today's artificial intelligence, right? And the PPLE made, you know, the image net, and then you know, other guys also made, you know, the word net, but there is not yet, you know, sound net. Why? Because actually sound cannot be, you know, mechanized, and then sound, you know, actually like this is in all kind of communication, right? Then you know, the sense and nonsense is always dialectically actually, you know, interacting. But you know, a lot of people quite easily believe that, you know, the sense is actually opposite to the nonsense. But Deleuze, you know, said in a quite different way. What I mean, actually, nonsense is every kind of sense. And then why we believe the sense is something, you know, extracted from that nonsense. The nonsense is a primordial condition of a sense. So without nonsense, there is no sense. And what about sound? You actually recorded some kind of sound, and then you actually ask us what kind of sound you do in this recorded, you know, the file, something like that. And then what kind of sound is it? If we once, you know, the recognizing the kind of sound, you know, by our own consciousness, no longer actually, you know, the sound is what I mean is noise, no longer noise. It might be a certain actually, you know, the sound which will be actually recognized by our own knowledge about certain object. That means actually the bird or insect, you know, whatever, you know. And what about noise? Could you actually catch up the noise or record the noise? Noisy sound. That means it doesn't make sense. You know, we could say that a bird is twittering. You know, bird is twittering, and then, or some insect is singing, you know. But anyway, there's a human-centric, what I mean, quite anthropocentric, you know, the signification of that sound. But if actually the sound cannot be classified by this kind of signification, it could be regarded as a noise. Yeah, so I think if you push this project toward some more actually the very you know, magnified, you know, the version of the further project, I think I hope, you know, you can focus on this distinction. what kind of actually the sound could be noisy, and then why actually the certain sound could be actually recognize us as some communication or something like that.
So thank you all for your questions and remarks. Let's go first with Alex. If I understand you correctly, you're saying that this distinction between nonsense and sense is nonsensical. It's not to be made, because in the process of recognizing the sounds that we play, we're sort of diluting the sound. We're sort of reducing it to something we recognize with signification. Do I understand it correctly? Captured by it. Okay. Selecting. Okay. No, thank you for your remark. It's very helpful. Chris, also thank you for your remark. I think it's important for us to focus on the question of what do we define as nature, because of course you want to avoid fetishizing nature as capital letter, and also we don't want to use artificial as an opposition to it. So we'll think about it and discuss it, but thank you very much.
Thank you for this opportunity also, Rick. It was a nice experience to be here in Skopje and do this presentation in front of all you guys. So thank you all.
Sorry? The politics is definitely something that somehow is involved in the project, but of course we have to find out how. It's not... we are not... Well, I think that in the end, definitely if you pose questions like what is the difference between sense and nonsense, I mean the main theme of this project and of everything we're doing here is also politics and also technology, but in the end it's in the first place about understanding what a human-centric vision of the world meant and how we can move to a more broader understanding of what happens around us. So surely politics plays a role there, like technology and like every other major force in the contemporary. But in the end, I mean, the goal, and this is of course what they're also kind of like struggling with, is to find out when is the human perspective taking over, and are we able to create, and this is why I think that actually the experiment that you're engaged with in the room is a nice start for understanding how there's different ways of listening, different ways of understanding sounds, different ways of designifying the process. I mean, in the end you can understand a frog, but if you work with these sound loops and see also how there's different ways of experiencing then immediately it turns political, it turns technical, but in the first place it turns post-human. And I think that's the main key of this project in that sense. And that is why I'm very happy to have 4 students from very different backgrounds, so AI, landscape or urban design and musicology, to see how you can work together and make a first step into this kind of exploration in what this post-human way of understanding sound can mean. And that's why it's good that you came here, good that you went to the Veluwe, and then see what comes out of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So, for context, we are students of the Faculty of Fine Arts. My name is Camelia, and I'm in my final year doing the painting course. But we wanted to share some of the work that some of our student work that we've been doing through the years, which is connected to the theme of this symposium. And I chose to speak about a project from our first year. So this was an exhibition in 2021 where there was an interdisciplinary program between us, the students of the Faculty of Fine Arts, and the students of the Faculty of Natural Sciences and Mathematics. And basically through the course of a couple of months, we often got together, well actually on Zoom calls because the virus was still happening then. But we had multiple meetings where we shared with each other what we do and what they do. Also, they were students from all of the different courses from their faculty, so we got to know a lot of information regarding local and global ecosystem facts and problems. And one of the artworks that was exhibited in this exhibition was the artwork titled "Save the Finances," in which it was discussed a specific problem with using trendy slogans through a for capitalist benefit, where a couple of years ago it was quite trendy and everybody was posting a hashtag "Save the Bees." That was a campaign because there was this idea that bees are being an endangered species and we should, you know, raise awareness, do something about this, otherwise these and these and these consequences are going to happen. But in reality, the focus was primarily on one species of bees, which was the honeybee, which is, again, one species of bees that pollinates one type of plant. And basically why it was so concentrated on this specific type of bee is because the work that they do produces financial gain for people that are in the honey selling industry, for example. Meanwhile, all of the different species of bees that don't produce honey, like wasps, like other kinds of insects also, because not only bees, but different kinds of insects, beetles predominantly, actually, are the ones that pollinate the plants and the ones that actually are important in a lot bigger percentage, and they are the species that are in danger of extinction because of reasons such as how we choose to go about agriculture and production, and the fact that we don't want gardens filled with different kinds of plants, for example, but we want a clean grass garden, which causes a lot of trouble for these species of insects because they cannot possibly travel such long distances to be able to pollinate all of these different kinds of plants, and also they are specific to a type. There is no universal, there are some universal pollinators, but most of them are not universal pollinators. So yeah, this was an example of a slogan that is kind of taken out of, it's created to divert your attention to a problem, to make you seem like the problem that is urgent. It diverts the question from the actual problems to a problem of financial and economic gain, if that makes sense. And this was a design created by Elina, which was printed out on a very big banner and hung up. It was 2 meters by 6 meters, and it was quite big, because big money. And then also during the work we had other brainstorming ideas. This only ended up being a sketch and like a rough template of how it was supposed to be, but the idea behind this was to get a mini piece of an ecosystem, put it in the middle, and around it to have pedestals onto which every species inside of that ecosystem would be represented. And this would serve to help visualize something that is usually said as a statistic. And once something is put into statistical terms, we kind of have problems because it gets abstracted, so we kind of lose touch of maybe the scale of it. And this project was supposed to be a representation of that, although it ended up being only a project in the making. It never really got executed. But that is all I have to show you regarding this. So thank you for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Maria Trpeska. I'm a postgraduate at the Faculty of Fine Arts in Skopje. So I will do a short presentation for one of my projects. So it is just the beginning, so we'll see. The journey of products from global containers to local antique markets. It sounds grande, but it is not. It is in my neighborhood. So this is where I live. This is where I live, the little heart. So in front of me, there is a train station in Mađari. A few meters away, there is antique market Mađari, or so-called flea. So it basically, when I get to the nearest bus station, which is onto the main street, many times I've been blocked by these containers. So it happens all the time. Maybe 15 days in a month. So I also on this train station, all the neighborhood can enjoy these beautiful sunsets. When we're talking about the market, it's like this. So everything from the containers, all the items of the containers are here, basically, except these, how can I say this, works of art. Maybe the works of art didn't travel in containers. Also, we have here the Christian icon, Orthodox icon, next to Emir Kusturica, making a dialogue with death. Yes. So yeah, it's interesting market. It's a flea. You can find everything here. So maybe some of these items are still in use, we don't know. Yeah. We have worldwide products, as you can see. If you remember the map I showed you, Google Map, the train station wasn't even marked as a train station on Google Maps, but the flea was. And also, the flea has an Instagram page, as you can see. Also, yeah, on this canvas, it writes, choose anything for 10 dinars. It's near 16.26 euro cents. So in this whole situation, my neighborhood, I must mention this, my neighborhood is called Diftar Maalo. It means wild neighborhood, some kind of wild, yeah, because it's built on a swamp. Yes, and the houses maybe 10 years ago weren't legalized. And that is why that's why it's called Diftar neighborhood, wild neighborhood. So for this whole situation, my first artwork and only artwork in this project I started is I created a postcard Greetings from Diftar Malo. This is the front page. And this is the the opposite page. So maybe it will grow up for this whole project. It will grow up in the merchandise store. So thank you very much.
Hello to everyone. My name is Elena. I'm postgraduate student at Faculty of Fine Arts as well. About my presentation, there is a bittersweet moment because it's connected with schools, kindergartens, and ecology also. It all started as a previous project, previous ongoing project about schools, about one school actually, and one kindergarten that is that are built recently, like 7 and 2.5 years ago. But unfortunately, they are not used as a school, either a kindergarten at the moment, for unknown reason right now. Maybe known, but I won't discuss about it. And as I was going to make photographs of the schools and of the school and the kindergarten, it was winter when I started. But when last time I visit the places, I noticed that it's not the same environment as I saw it, but it is. It's more green at the moment, and I made a conclusion that even if we, the people, are neglecting something, or we started something but we didn't finish it, we are neglecting it, the nature finds a way of, to make it look beautiful again. So I tried to take a photo of various plants that were growing in that environment. This is the school in the background. You can see the school in the background. I tried to make it visible, the school and the kindergarten as well. I will get to that point. So these are photos of the kindergarten. You can see that is a different building in the background. I wanted to make it visible, not in the focus. In the focus of the photography are the plants, but in the background there are the actual buildings, because they are somehow the elephant of in the room, because they still exist, but they are not noticeable to anyone at the moment. But the happy ending is that nature found its way to cover the decayed parts of the building, because no one lives there, no one studies there, and the students are not in those buildings yet. I hope they will be someday. But the plants are stunning, are beautiful, and they took my attention when I was making photos. So instead of making a project for something bad, I ended up making a project for something good. For example, how nature is making something prettier than it actually is. Also, on the left side, there is a photography. There are photos, the actual photos that I took. I'm not a photographer, I'm an amateur. But I noticed when I was taking the photos, I noticed that Siri, she knows everything, knows what kind of plant it is on the photo, and I just made a screenshot so I can use this in the future with my students, as I am a teacher in an elementary school, And I will use this in fusion with biology subject so the students can learn more about plants and they can paint as well. So it's going to have more purposes than this one. So this is it. On this photo, this is my favorite. In the background you can see the playground. It's blurred, but there is a playground, but at the moment it's all like in the forest. I have plenty of photos like this, but I decided to go only with these photos that I showed you because we're going to sit here until 7 o'clock. So. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Alexandra Moisova, and I am a Bachelor of both Law and Psychology, and a Master in Human Rights. Thereby, I am not into a specific project as all of you are, but I would just try to, transfer the know that each and every one of us is a human rights activist and thereby an earth activist. As I said, I'm on the legal part of the globe and the legal part of the playground, so it means that I belong to the more boring one, so to say. However, we all have a role, and that's colliding pretty much with the oneness of the earth and the humankind that we have lately forgot about, and we have been denying it. Well, art, as we all know, is a powerful tool for advocacy and making people aware of protection and promotion of human rights and of the breach of human rights, first and foremost. When we see Guernica of Pablo Picasso, it's probably the first art photo that associates us with human rights and art. Why is this? We all know, but what I especially like about this Picasso's artwork is that besides the horror of the people, here are also shown the horror that animals are experiencing. So different types of animals are in this photo as well, which their suffering really reminds us that we should really be advocating for peace all the time, not only when the Western wars are finished. Then I would just like to expose some arts that I find them dear in terms of human rights. The dinner party, of course, as a woman, is because there are plenty of women through history who have done plenty, but they have been forgotten. That's why the empty chairs are the chairs of the dinner are empty, by Judy Chicago. Then The Face of War by Salvador Dali. Even though it's very extreme, I really like it because the multiple faces of horror in the skeleton, the dead skeleton as a result of a war, explicitly shows the emotions and not only the events of a certain war in history. Then The Problem We'll Live With by Norman Rockwell. It's considered an iconic image of the civil rights movement in the States, and it's because the irony is because the little black girl is followed by a security before and behind her, which in reality is totally the opposite, completely opposite situation. The Human Laundry, the first artist, Doris she's one of the first artists that depict the human tragedy of wars. And here, as people are washed out in order to be set again from the makeshift hospitals, it really depicts the horror that they have been lived through in concentration camps, in the concentration camps. And why I like Unite by Barbara Jones-Hoge, it really reminds us and tells us that she really implements these words into her artworks for the Black people movements, again with the civil rights movement in America. It really shows that not only they should unite and stand for their own rights, but she made it clear with no sense for further, delusion or leaving anything unclear. But she's using these words, and I like this concept because it really sets it out loud to all of the likes and to the general publics without any, mistakes. Then the intersection of arts and human rights, it's really rich and multifaceted, and we all know how art acts in everyday life. I will not go into details due to the time that we are far behind, but I would just mention my favorite one lately is that arts really serves as healing and empowerment. It's a new concept also, not that new, but it really works in therapists and in group therapists as well. Thereby, I would go on with artistic freedom and censorship, of course, with all the documentaries that change and shape the public opinion for a greater change, societal change, and then, of course, the social justice, which is also a great theme of the today's times we're living in, and the memory, which serves as the one way of expressing also social justice in order to aid future catastrophes, human catastrophes. Well, art fosters really a deep connection between man and the natural world. It makes the artist find a way to evoke a deep appreciation for the environment within us humans. And what I would like to expose into the context of this symposium today, well, this page is not really visible, but it really shows about the concepts that are made mostly. This is the resource of the campus that I was studying human rights as, is the global campus, and I will send you via email if you want all the details of the resources. So basically, the eco-apartheid is one of the assumptions that humans are separate from nature. It goes by that we are really embody and deny the idea that we are part of nature. We just think that it's a surface that we are living on and that we should extract the most out of it. Then anthropocentrism, it's probably really known to all of us due to animals, okay. And also it goes further by the species, the plants, and that the idea that human is superior and everyone else is here to serve us, it's really outdated, and we should really stop manipulating it and start living into its changing, not only for our own profits and control, which is normally brought mostly by the capitalism. Human apartheid, on the other hand, it's also connected to the first two concepts, which is relates to the assumption that colonizing man is superior to cultures. And even though this seems like an outdated and a closed question, it really still exists nowadays, because the West was in the past, and it still is superior to the rest. It really enclosures the commons that are shared by all members of community while relying on the extraction and appropriation of resources that sustain all life, including human life, which there is one quote that I really like, that the humans will develop themselves until their self-destruction, which is what we are seeing right now, slowly but surely. Last but not least, I would say that the message of this presentation that each and everyone should advocate in every surrounding is that Earth is living and has its own rights, that the humans should stop perceiving themselves as the holder of the rights, but actually our duties is where our rights derive. It's from our duties that our rights derive, and the same goes for the Mother Earth. The Mother Earth, the first concept that I didn't present is that the Mother Earth goes from Mother Earth to Mother Nullify, so to plain Earth, and what we're living in might threat her to our extinction. Her extinction means our extinction. While we are all equal in rights, our democracy emphasizes that humanity is also diverse in race, religion, as we all know, that we are also propagating collectively this concept, and that diversity is not inequality. We do have respect for all other people and ethnic rights, national rights, but also we should try to be respecting the earth before all as a rights holder. We are responsible in front of her. I would skip this because I already mentioned it in different synonyms, and I would like to end my presentation with the Einstein famous quote that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we use when we created them. Thereby, we need to really change both our thinking and our ways of living so that all of humanity as well as other species continue to live and not only to live, but to thrive as well. I would like to greet all the Macedonian and other people that are really considered activists. We have invited here some of them, but unfortunately, since the workday, it was hard for them to come. We have amazing examples of young people who with really few resources have done everything from designs from, Pinatex, from, like eco skin, leather, then to all types of different sustainable projects that really have a lot of hope. So it's not always about filtering money into the society, but sometimes we need to be really creative and just to remind ourselves of our interconnectedness. Thank you for your attention. I know you're all tired.
I'm Elina. I'm in my last year at the Faculty of Fine Arts. This is a presentation of some of the works I have done during the years. This is from the second year. In my works, I try to use as much of the potential from the materials that I can find. This is a sock made out of human hair. So the box is also recycled from old paper, and I put it in the hallway of the faculty so people can donate hair, because like the hair falls every day, so they just had to put some, and in the end I made a sock which is functional. I finished it, so this is the beginning. And the next one is I made a couple of paintings on one canvas that I found also. And the idea was to use as much of the canvas as possible. So the works before are erased, or one on top of the other. And this canvas is painted all white in the end, and it was left around the studio like a tile on the floor. Sometimes it can be used as a table, or it can be used in different ways. So it's a work in continuum. It doesn't stop. I can find new ways to use it and find the longevity of the material. This is part of the summer school that was made this August by mentorship of Goce Nanevski, Igor Segovski, and Angel Mijov, our professors. And we made a couple of works in the landscape, working with the landscape, and this is my work. It was a performance inspired by the folklore, in Macedonian folklore, about the fairies which change the weather as they like with their dance. And they were dancing around the meadow, and because they were dancing so much, their feet had fire. So people believe that these circles that we found there also were made because of the fairies, and they were changing the weather. Instead, it's made because of the mushrooms, fungi in the grass. This is my last project that I'm working on in my diploma. It's called Kucharica, which is like a little house made in the 19th century, and also before, like in prehistoric times, where women mostly were teaching the young children about the nature, about how to live, what plants are helping, etc. So all of this knowledge was translated in our traditional costume. The threads were also made with very characteristic red color, which was made by a plant that was growing in Resen. It's called brosht. It's a yellow plant, and the symbols or ornaments in the Macedonian costume were all connected with fertility, but not like fertility, the woman birthing children, but the earth as a mother that helps them to grow. So a lot of the symbolism in the ornaments is frogs that look like women birthing, and also seeds which are rhomboid shape, which also links to the female. So this is like a contemporary like work that links to the old kućarica. Sorry. And this is also the underwear is like maybe more sustainable košula, which is like the long white dress. It uses less material, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. Are there questions from the audience? I like the different presentations, very much exploring actually many themes that we also discussed in the other discussions, and yeah, taking up different perspectives. So I enjoyed it very much. Are there more remarks from the room? I think we should again go for, is Tihomir still somewhere here? So for a short break, because we're all, and then go back for a final session and we do concepts and just think about how to continue this. Yeah? Just, we need coffee? Yes. So yeah, thanks again. What we're going to do now is do a final session in which we drop some key concepts. So what I found important in setting up a community of people doing philosophy/art, again referring to how Lyotard also did that some decades ago, is that you do this jointly and you bring together, as you could hear already today, many different voices from all over the world, from many different backgrounds, which allows us to include also different ideas of the earth, different ways of conceptualizing it, different ways of deterritorializing it. So up until now, we've heard everyone kind of take up kind of a particular perspective. But of course, I want also to kind of connect these different things. So I called these transversal concepts. Transversal, I mean, you could also say that's a word from Guattari, but it has a lot to do, of course, with making different connections. So in the end, what I hope is that it's not a exhibition which exists of a series of islands, although archipelago has nothing to do with the archipelago, of course. But the nice thing would, of course, be if there would be ways of linking one to the other. So I asked everyone to pick up one concept that they found important and that they would just mention briefly, short presentation, as a kind of an invitation for discussion or an invitation for connection. So, and these two concepts will be, I will summarize them now briefly. Christian will talk about mutation, Christina about embodied or enfleshed, or slash enfleshed. I will talk of transcoding. Tihomir will talk about landscape. Alex about weak technology, Irena about sense of care, and Toshia about solidaritude. Of course, this is all part of kind of a discussion, so people can intervene. It should just be short presentation, like a few minutes is fine. Just that we know what kind of connections you had in mind.
Thank you. Or should I use this one? I don't understand. This one is fine? Okay. So I will start. The concept I picked is mutation and not transformation, although clearly it has this connection between the two. And I picked this concept because Guattari, one of the thinkers that influenced me a lot, and I wrote my thesis about as well, has influenced my thinking and my practice, both as as an art historian and as a curator. It's mutation. Mutation kind of, he developed this concept in his 3 major books he wrote, and most specifically the last 2. Is the 3 ecologies and cosmosis. And so it's crucial because, in his non-dualistic model of political ecology, which is named, what he coined as ecosophy, he considers subjectivity, so the modes of being, as being both ethical and political. And so he basically, Guattari is interesting to me in many different ways, but he together with Deleuze offered not only a theory of the theory of assemblages, the theory of subjectivity, the theory of the entanglement, etc., but also a theory of how capitalism operates and also a theory of art, a theory of artistic creation. But for Guattari, as he wrote, I'm just gonna read one quotation. Artistic practice is not a monopoly. Is not something that you learn in a faculty and you get the diploma. Artistic practice, art, and I quote, does not have a monopoly on creation, but it takes its capacity to invent mutant coordinates to extremes. It engenders unprecedented, unforeseen, and unthinkable qualities of being. And so this is really important. So he values art. He values art for its capacity to not only to map out territories, but also to act out, materialize, and gender ethical, political territories. So that's really important because it's not about this, discourse about figuration, abstraction, but about its capacity to, its capacity for performing as a vector for transformation of being, of the modes of being. So transformation of the environment. But what he also always says that we as bodies should, we are constantly traversed by environmental registers, about mental register, about social registers. And so, art has this capacity to map out these territories, but also to materialize them. So mutation, it's the concept, the transversal concept that I picked. And so, can I finish here, or should I?
You made your point. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to question him, or do we want to continue with?
No, I just assume we continue.
Continue. No, you're number 2. You're
Okay.
number 2. On my
You gave me a
schedule.
mic, I took it. That's nothing else. Okay. Okay, my concept is embodiment or enfleshment, to say, which are processes that are very, very vital when we are talking about post-human or new materialism, because they directly challenge the very Cartesian dualism that allowed this. Dualism such as mind, body, culture, nature, life or death. These dualisms that have contributed and allowed human to activate the position of exceptionality above earth and soils, none are more than human beings, spiritual worlds, etc. Dualism that has allowed and driven colonial enterprises, tremendous extractivisms, concentration camps for other animals, species to maximize their potential for consumption, climate crisis, destruction of cultural and spiritual practices. And from spiritual point of view, This is very key element for the human to be able to institutionalize even gods and situate them outside the natural world, earth and cosmic order. So embodiment or enfleshment contains processual and active agency of interaction, reciprocity and becoming, whether the concept reflects on knowledge, capacities of organisms, relations to power, wounds, cracks, temporalities, mattering. So to keep it a bit short, having a little bit of heat stroke, to talk about thinking of Earth with contemporary art, the embodiment of production of knowledge in art becomes a process of mattering, which is a process, quote, taking account on the entangled materialization of which we are part of, including new configurations, new subjectivities, new possibilities, end quote. This is Karen Barat in Dolphin and Tuin van der 2012, 70, it's all there, sorry. So rather than reflecting and creating empirical realities, these enfleshed entanglements, which would be these works of art, so not art, but works of art, which also already includes a process. This is a very specific definition. The art is not as an object, but the subjectivity. Might plea for acknowledgement of interdependency and alliance of all beings and matter, empathetic responsibility and ethicality, being of the earth. It's more like a statement.
Yeah, okay, I said that I would talk about transcoding. I want to connect it actually to everything that's being said, but not sure I'm able to do it right now. Yeah, no, it definitely has a lot to do with what has been said, but I'll do my best. So I'll start also with a quote. So transcoding is a term that has been used in many different ways. For the Deleuze and Guattari, also in their musicology chapter, they mention it as a very interesting term of thinking about coding. So the quote is as follows, from 1,000 Plateaus. Every milieu is coded, but each code is in a perpetual state of transcoding or transduction. Transcoding or transduction is the manner in which one milieu serves as the basis for another, or controversy is established atop another milieu, dissipates in it, or is constituted in it. The milieus pass into one another, they are essentially communicating. Now what I find interesting in this definition is that when they talk about communication, it is not one coded system, which is, for instance, the binary systems by means of which our computers communicate. It's not one coded system. It is, transcoding is about different milieus that do not, it's not about understanding each other, but it is somehow about resonating one another, or somehow being confronted with one another. The examples that Deleuze and Guattari and others come up with is, for instance, the way in which the spider web transcodes the flights of a fly. So they don't really understand the way the fly flies, but of course the spider's web is somehow a response to it. So it's not a direct communication, it's a very indirect communication. You can also think of a more complex system, how the leaf of a tree transcodes the drop of water that falls on it. So somehow that also turns into a transcoding system of two milieus that in the end have not too much to do with each other in terms of how their coding in the end works. But because they have been entangled within one another in different ecological practices, they co-create one another. And in a way that is what you are talking about when you talk about embodiment or enfleshment, even when you talk about the material and the spiritual, because the transcoding itself is also about creating membranes or something through which you feel. A membrane by means of which an inside and an outside, which are separate systems, somehow communicate. And in the end, I think what is really powerful about this is that it has a very different idea of communication. Communication is here not about understanding, and we could say that communication is never about understanding, that all kinds of communication, especially if they're not artificial like our binary system, but if they're in nature, that they're somehow about a different set of coded milieus that just are confronted with one another. Coming back to Spinoza, the last thing I wanted to say to Spinoza and how Deleuze also talks about Spinoza, he says that even, for instance, when we talk about sensing the outside world, if I kick someone against the leg, this other someone does not feel my foot. It feels the way the nerve system responds to my foot. It has nothing to do with my foot. So in the end, communication is not about zeros and ones being translated into other zeros and ones. Communication is about different coding systems that somehow relate to one another or resonate with one another, create membranes, and through these membranes define one another. And maybe it's only through this definition, through this mutual definition, that also the mutation of the different coded system takes place. So mutation is not necessarily something which comes out of a coded system, but it is through the membranes, through the kind of otherness or through the kind of resonance that a new sense of presence comes into being through these transcodings. No, you're not. No, sorry. Tiumir, you're on the list. I now want to stick to this list. Yeah? The whole day.
Okay, thank you.
Now we're going to do this.
So I will be very brief. Actually, we are running out of time. So just when we talk about the landscape, for example, we understand the features of the land, often considered in terms of aesthetic characteristic of thing. But what I would like to propose when I talk about the landscape, I will re-articulate some of the points that I have in mind: physiographic, geomorphological, and atmospheric features that are formed in interaction with man, or as a consequences of human activities. In other words, I acknowledge that there has been a long history of anthropogenic influences shaping the landscape through, for example, fire, extinction, domestications, agriculture, deforestations, introductions and invasions of flora and fauna, or water management. So the first why, for example, the landscape is important here, because our intention is, for example, this project to be developed in vision. So I think the landscape as a concept, it's much more linked, for example, to the visual arts than, as I explained it before, for example, when we talk about the critical zones, the term that is took from the geosciences. But most important, the ecological view. I just take an expansive view of the concept of the landscape, which represents the complex pattern of geopolitical and environmental conditions that reflects various historical and social trajectories and their connections with the human agents, as well as their reciprocal and often parasitic effects. Landscapes thus included the domination of man, but also indicative of a form of non-fixity, which is present and constitutive of landscapes. As Tim Ingold claims, the significance of the image of the globe in the language of the contemporary debate about the environment is problematic, precisely because it renders the world as an object of contemplation, detached from the domain of lived experience. Thus imply creating a productive contribution to the existing debates and problems surrounding these challenges and defining the work in culture and art as ethical and socially engaged activities. Thank you.
Alex. I don't know the order. Actually, my concept is with technology. I recently, the cooking up. I'm recently cooking up this concept against the eruption of artificial intelligence these days. Right? Many very confused discussion on this issue, but I want to actually put this issue in the historical context of philosophy, and who actually made first the question about this relationship between technology and the subjectivity. Martin Heidegger, 1966, is their Spiegel and Heidegger, did in a famous interview. And then, in the interview he said, Null noch kann und retten. That means that only God can still save us. Very famous. And then he said, the philosophy, according to Heidegger, philosophy is already replaced with cybernetics. But today, actually, the thing is that he didn't know, actually, cybernetic, that means symbolic AI, couldn't survive until the 21st century. Is now that we have quite different level of artificial intelligence, which already go beyond this, the good old-fashioned, AI, right? So, GoFi is that means the AI is the cybernetic is more like a good old-fashioned AI. It means actually that means it needs operator is a cybernetic needs an operator. That means artist. That's why the Stalin called the artist as what is an engineer of human spirit. And it's very interestingly, actually, I forgot I forgot the guy who actually phrased Stalin. He actually regarded he regarded the art as a kind of engineering. This cybernetic idea. Of course, actually, the Stalin quite hated. He hated the cybernetic. But anyway, he's quite romantic. He has a quite romantic vision on the technology, Stalin. So, but anyway, he regarded an art as a kind of engineering. So that's why very confused because actually, art. How can we actually put a distinction between engineering and the art production? I think that is also the question about the contemporary art. All right, and then even artificial intelligence came up. And this question is Heidegger, what Heidegger raised in those days, 1966. The bring in another question, concerning this artificial intelligence. Of course, yes. Actually, I made this concept against Heidegger's understanding of technology because Heidegger thought, because of this kind of his own limit, he said, only God can still save us. All right, because there is no God. There is no such a kind of God. Actually, Heidegger thought only technology would save us. All right, because Heidegger thought technology is a kind of knowledge. But in my opinion, technology is not only actual knowledge, but also kind of the self-organization of actual environment. When you use any technology, it would create environment at the same time. Think about it. You try to ride in a bicycle. It doesn't mean simply you actually own the bicycle. You would actually create some environment. All right, you must actually compete with the cars or some other the vehicle, or you would actually create your own milieu, the riding bicycle. That is environment. So, but Heidegger didn't have this kind of idea. So he thought actually that technology is only knowledge. That's why actually he believed that the technology, the gestalt, that means actually the kind of enframement and then revelation of nature. So actually his position is very human-centric, what I mean actually, even though he's quite interested in ontology, but his position is when he actually raised the question concerning technology, very human-centric, perspective there. But my idea is quite different. I adapted, this with technology, this concept from the Latin American, the Brazilian anthropologist, the Deborah Danowski and Eduardo Vibreiros Castro. And then he's actually they wrote, in my opinion, very important book, The Ends of the Words. And they criticized the Bruno Latour, the Bruno Latour, and then they criticized all kind of European sense of apocalypse, right? And then they said, that what actually the European scholar, the philosopher, talk about the end of history and the end of the world, and then actually the environment crisis. But what kind of world did they actually anticipated ending? What kind of world they're talking about? That is what they question. Because actually all those people, indigenous people living in Latin America, and they colonize the country, they are actually world already destroyed. But they're still living there. That is very important position. That's why I want to actually say like this. So actually, I want to put forward as an alternative concept to Heidegger's conceptualization technology as knowledge. In my opinion, the following Simon Dong, the technology is a kind of the mode of existence, is a modulation, all right? So that's why technology doesn't belong to only human being, but belong to the other animal and other plant too. The technology kind of a universal, the cosmic the algorithm. That means, for example, bird can fly because they would have that kind of technology, right? Or genetically it's inscribed within their own body, something like that. And then plant also, they would actually manage this kind of technology to actually sustain their own the shelter, something like that. So, and human being too. Not only actually some instrumental sense, that we must actually have the kind of technological actually sense. That's why we can walk. That means and there was run and then riding bicycle and singing song, and everything is possible. That could be called the mode of existence, and then this is actually necessarily called technology. So we must extend this concept technology, and then if we actually started to look at the technology from this perspective, there is no any dominant the form of technology like artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is just one of the technology. It's not. I don't think actually we can reject this kind of artificial intelligence, but we can find out the way in which to we can find out the way in which we use this the artificial intelligence quite different way from the capitalist purpose. So that is, in my opinion, art. All right. So artificial intelligence always demands us. You must use this actually the machine properly. That's why they provide us with kind of manual. But if you try to use this artificial intelligence or some other technology against this kind of manual, what does that mean? For instance, a refrigerator, all right? Refrigerator, you would have a refrigerator in your home. But actually, think about that. When your refrigerator is out of order, that means it's broken, what happened? You want to try to fix it. And then otherwise, you're going to throw away and then buy another one. That is actually what is a normal sense of technology. But you can use actually, the refrigerator for another purpose. You can use it, for table or some. My grandmother did, actually, the broken, she used the broken refrigerator for the table, or actually some kind of sofa, you can make it, or some shelves, something like that. You can use it. That's actually it's not quite a new idea. Already, actually, common people and then all people around the world, they're doing like this. In the indigenous people in Latin America and Africa and the Southeastern Asia, they already use actually this kind of some so-called modern, the gadget in different purpose. So this is actually in my own way, the meaning of a big technology. It's a technology would have, very strong, the strong actually strong purpose of the usage when it was. That is what actually Malevich said, the utilitarian purpose. It would have the utilitarian purpose. It would be a strong purpose, but we must a strong sense of the technology, and we must recreate or keep creating the kind of different use of technology. That is, in my opinion, the weak technology. All technology would contain and preserve the possibility of this weakness. That's my concept.
Yeah, thank you. What I wanted to say is, of course, the footnote to the thing I said before. And the sense of care is the concept. So yeah, the sense, as said before, it's understanding about something, mean, see, hear, feel. It's the ability to judge something. But what is important in Gattari here, it's on mental, social, and environmental level. So when we go back to the etymology of the word care, I would like to refer to Proto-Slavic etymology first. So it refers to the word troskot, which refers to plants that can be easily broken. So first, we have the reference to worry and fragility. And secondly, like in English, to paying attention and taking care. So we have here intertwined or entangled meanings. It's at the same time a cause of mental state that results from a certain difficult situation or just from thinking about that. It can be also the reference to a person, situation that is the cause of that mental state, or its consideration for someone, something, of course, including giving attention. So this care is like nurturing a fragile plant, but what is important here, on mental, social, and ecological level, again, in Gattari. So sensing care is not related only to the individuals, but also we think here about social issues and environmental issues. And when it comes to creative processes, it is an indispensable component. So the task of the carer, call it like this, is being responsible and to be protective of someone or something other than oneself. And the aim of the carer should be to optimize conditions for, I like these two words very much, thriving and flourishing, or sometimes to prevent decay or death. So the assignment here would be to intervene in modern human relations as they are taking shape in possible creative ways. And would like to link this thought to the tender narrator that is the concept of Olga Tokarczuk from her essay, but also from her speech when she received the Nobel Prize. It's again very much also Polish context, because this idea became super popular and is really explored many ways these days in Polish humanities. And would like to refer to the quote from her essay. So what she says, we lack new ways of telling the story of the world. Tenderness personalizes everything to which it relates, making it possible to give it a voice, to give it the space and the time to come into existence and to be expressed. It is thanks to tenderness that the teapot starts to talk. This is the reference to the story from her childhood she really admires, and yeah, she says that she started to take care of modern human world thanks to it. And continuing, Tenderness perceives the bonds that connect us, the similarities and sameness between us. It is a way of looking that shows the world as being alive, living, interconnected, cooperating with, and codependent on itself. So, yeah, what we should look for, definitely the stories that matter, but also that care. Thank you.
Yes, I coined the term solidaritude. Solitude plus solidarity, inspired by Glissant and Deleuze and Felix Guattari. There are several contexts and cases in which Glissant addressed notion and rhetoric, solitude and solidarity. A solidarity in solitude as a term constantly repeated in many times in his Glissant's writings, works since 60s. What is in solitude? Who is in solitude? Well, what and what can be combined or coupled, associated in solidarity? Human or non-human other agencies? Arguably, they are operative in both sides. In the one context, solidarity and solitude means the intersubjective issue within the human relation and the communication in Habermasian sense. But in some other context, Glissant discourse draws on the relationship or collision among discursive genre, an opposition between poetics and politics. In dialogue in the 70s, as well as in Southern Plateau, Deleuze and potentially with Guattari explain the non-relation between God and man, God and the human, in terms of double turning in a way in which God turned his face away from the human and the other way around by mutually emitting a line of the flight, the mutual deterritorialization among both agencies. This gesture of the mutual betrayal can explain the strange relationship wasp and orchid, land and watershed, ground and water. This uncanny coupling constituted by the land and water, or wasp and orchid, present a diagrammatic machine to reject the conventional form of love or symbiosis. In other words, the non-relational relation of uncanny couple consists of the mutual inclusion, the mutual betrayal as strange conviviality, along with its immanent conflict and antagonism. This apparent, visible, discommunicative, antagonistic relation paradoxically affords us perspective of the coming cosmopolitics. So in chaosmosis, a couple of times Guattari utilized the term earthing. This earthing doesn't mean going back to earth or ground, trying to find the common place or the common ground. No. This earthing means, for instance, for the good sound system, we always need good earthing for electricity, or whole building, or a bunch of buildings that have so antenna for the earthing to avoid shock of the thunderbolt. So I just quote the one passage from Guattari, from Chaosmosis, English translation, page 82. It is in passing through this chaotic earthing, this perilous oscillation, that something else becomes possible, that ontological bifurcation and the emergence of coefficients of the processual creativity can occur. I think this I think doesn't lies in the rooting in any identity, essence, or existence loaded with fixed territory. So the infinite deterritorialization, reterritorialization, and finding out new existential territory. That means I think, and based on the mutual betrayal and solidarity in solitude, solitude in solidarity. That's why solidaritude. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not going to come to a conclusion. I can come to a conclusion, but it lasts 3 hours. I don't know if anyone is...
I wrote a sentence that it's like a fusion of the...
Wait. Christian will come with the conclusion.
It's just a sentence, like it's very like summarized. So my sentence is, my attempt is, so in blasted landscapes we need to embrace another sense of embodiment and coding so as to mutate and to take care of multi-species communities in spite of weak technology, to live in solidarity.
Okay, 50 points, yeah.
That's about summing up.
We need to take a photo. We need to take a joint photo, and yeah, we will continue with this. And in the end, it will turn into an exhibition. No clue how, but we'll work on that. Thank you for your presence, for all of your presentations, and for your questions and kind remarks. Thank you all for flying 20 hours and others shorter, but for coming here and giving all these wonderful presentations. Thank you, Tiomir, and the whole museum staff, everyone who helped making this a wonderful day, and let's continue it somehow. Yeah.